Law and Licensing Committee meeting. My name is Matt Hymas. I've been asked to chair for the next foreseeable future, for the next couple of years anyway, this committee, and we're excited to have everybody here. I'd like to start with intros. First off, I'd like to thank our previous committee chair Lear, who this is where I learned how to do it. So I hope it goes well, Carol.
Yeah. That's a lot of weight, Matt.
But I truly do appreciate Member Lear's expertise and how she ran meetings in the past, and hopefully we can continue on with a smooth transition and good meetings. So if we can start with, I'll go ahead and begin. Matt Hymas, I represent District 10, which covers Tooele County, and the boundaries have just recently changed. I'm not sure of the exact line, but I know I go into Saratoga Springs area now, which is new for me. Vice Chair Carey, he is our new vice chair. Can you introduce yourself?
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Hymas. Joe Carey, District 2, Ogden Weber. Thank you, Deputy Stallings, for adding the number 2 in front of my name. Now, if you were here, I could ask you to help me get this camera working, but during introductions, I will figure that out.
Thank you. Member Lear.
And my name's Carol Lear, and I'm relieved to be a member now and not trying to manage all of the, to be in charge. I represent Salt Lake City, Park City, and now into the Holiday area. So we all have really large districts.
Thank you. Member Hart.
Yes, I'm Molly Hart. I am District 7 now. I'm practicing, so I don't say the wrong thing. Canyons, Draper, Midvale, Cottonwood Heights, into Bluffdale, up into Holiday, Murray area, I think. But I am going to confirm that, and that is a goal for today, later.
Thank you. And Member Wood.
Good morning, Leanne Wood. I represent District 4, which is South Davis County and a little bit of North Salt Lake. So I have a little tiny bit of Syracuse and a little bit of Layton, and then all the way down into about 300 North in Salt Lake.
Thank you. Perfect. Before we jump into our items on the agenda, I just want to give a couple of just housekeeping items so that, and I'll probably just do it this one meeting just to make sure we're all on the same page here. First off, it's a little bit different in committee. I know existing board members know this already. In committee, we don't need a second to a motion. And so if a motion is given, it's usually on the floor for the committee. And when we vote, it will be through the reactions at the bottom of your screen. So if you click on show reactions, click on the reactions, you can see, the hand clap, the thumbs up, but they also have a green check mark, an X, a red X, a raise hand. So if you want to, when we vote, we'll ask committee members to vote today. Please use the green check for yes and the red X for no. And then if you have a comment, please click on raise hand, and hopefully I'll see it. And if I look over you or miss something, then please let me know. And Vice Chair Carey, if you can keep an eye on any hands, that we can work together and make sure we get everybody participating that wants to. And then on your on Civic Clerk, when you click into each agenda item, it has at the top an agenda memo, and on that there is a starting point motion for each agenda item. So the motion doesn't have to be exact, but it does give us a starting point and something to work towards. Okay, any questions on any of the workings of this? Okay, perfect. Let's first jump in. Our first item is public comment, and I'm kind of doing a little trial run here. And this is something I picked up from Carol a couple times, and I don't mean to put this in, throw everything back on you, Carol. I think you did a great job. That's why I want to try this. I've reached out to those who have requested to make public comment and have invited them to speak to the agenda item so that we can hear the public comment before the agenda item is discussed. And so that's the format we're going to take today, and we'll see how that works out if we need to make any changes in the future. So with that, Deputy Stallings, if you will share your screen and we'll get started. Okay. So our first action item up today is item 3.2. It's an amendment to research data sharing agreement with the University of Utah's Second Language Teaching and Research Center, or L2TREC. And so I'm going to invite Katie Chalice to fill us in on what's going on with this agenda item. Is Katie here today with us?
I am. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
And I'll just introduce myself briefly and kind of, if it's okay with you, Chair, maybe 1 minute of explanation of what we do in these.
Please.
Data. Okay. So my name's Katie Chalice. I'm the Director of Privacy at the Utah State Board of Education. And I thought I'd just give you a little background explanation of what we do with these data sharing agreements. On our team, the data privacy team and the data and statistics team at the Utah State Board, when we receive a data request typically from a researcher, sometimes from a nonprofit organization, we communicate with that person who's made that request and try to figure out a way to kind of minimize the amount of information that they would need to receive in order to accomplish the goals of their research project. So anytime we bring you a potential data sharing agreement, it's kind of been reviewed through that lens of already trying to kind of minimize the amount of data that would be shared if the board approved the data sharing agreement. That's the background work. Once we bring it to you, I want to make clear to you that I come as a neutral party and staff supporting the board. And so my goal is to provide the information to you. You as the board are the ones who get to approve or decline, I guess, to approve these data sharing agreements. And historically it's gone, we present these to you in Law and Licensing Committee, and then they are brought for approval to the full board if applicable. So any questions on my role?
No.
Okay.
Thank you. Not for me anyway. Committee members, do we have any questions on this? We also have Fernando Rubio here, who is from L2TREC, and they can answer any questions. Do we have any questions from the committee?
I have
I wondered if you wanted me to give an overview of the data sharing
Please.
agreement.
Yes.
Okay.
Helpful.
So this particular data sharing agreement is an amendment to an existing agreement that has been ongoing for many years. This department at the University of Utah, the L2TREC, they take dual language immersion, or DLI, data and analyze it to kind of see where we have successes, where we have weakness, and then they report back to us with their findings. And as the chair mentioned, Fernando Rubio is here if he wants to speak to the research. Also, Carl Bowman is here, and he is the dual language immersion specialist. I'm sorry, Carl, I don't actually know your official title, but he's the dual language immersion specialist here at the State Board of Education. So if anyone wants to ask questions of either of those two, that would be great.
Okay, questions. Member Wood.
I really wanted to know what new information that this will give you as staff by allowing this data of our students to be shared. And can you do the comparisons without sending it to an outside vendor? And what have they been doing in regards to curricula decisions, proficiency benchmarks in the past? Is this a new role they're taking on, or what has led to this need for this student identifying information? I think that's what the part that concerns me the most is this, that we haven't done this in the past. Why would we do it now?
Katie, please.
Oh, thanks. And I am actually going to defer to Fernando as to the question of why they're now seeking the SSIDs. And then Carl, maybe you could speak to what happens when we receive the data back from L2 track.
Chair, I don't think Dr. Rubio is here. He had a commitment earlier, and so I'm wondering if I may speak to that.
Please, and thank you for letting us know.
You bet. So the additional information for the ELL status and the SSID for this particular additional data elements for this agreement are to provide information for the center for an ongoing process of reviewing the performance benchmarks and proficiency targets for the dual immersion program, so that we can begin to study the EL students, because we have not had that ability to study them separately. We've only studied statewide data, and we want to be able to have that ability to do that. In specific, we are part of a Spencer grant to track the development of proficiency in the Spanish program over time, to identify the issues that prevent students from making progress or slows down their progress in terms of proficiency. And so we're looking specifically at ELs and non-ELs in the study. So we need individual SSIDs to track individual students. We really don't need the specific SSIDs, and we never have their names specifically, but we can use some random identifier that will track the student over time, year by year. So we can use another number instead of an SSID, but we just want to be able to track those students over time, to track their performance, the proficiency performance, so that we can see their progress over time and what is stopping them and what is not stopping, or what is helping them over time in their growth in the language.
Thank you. Member Carey, you have a question, Vice Chair Carey?
Yes. I'm sorry that Dr. Rubio isn't here. He has the longest resume I have probably ever seen. It was about 40% of the packet submission. So it was really impressive. But my question is, with this additional information, the SSID and the information you're seeking, is there anything in the agreement that requires, or maybe we should require, an update to the actual agreement that would provide the board with how this additional information has benefited the research that's being conducted? Does that make sense? So my concern isn't the providing of the information, because it is de-identified, but I'd like to know the efficacy. You're getting this additional information. What are the results of that? Is there anything in the current agreement that would require that information to be provided in terms of this additional information that you're requesting on our students?
Chair, may I answer that?
Please, yes, thank you.
It's a very good question. The question is, or the answer to that would be that we have not provided this data, de-identified data for these students in the past, so we don't have benefits from that in the past. So that the answer would be that we would need to see what the benefits would be in the future. But what we have had in the past is that we have them review our performance benchmarks and proficiency targets, which are critical to our dual language immersion process. And that ensures the viability of providing guidance to the LEAs and educators on baseline achievement in the proficiency measures for the Apple assessment and the end of level targets, which then allows USBE to much better picture proficiency and develop over time to share the information with our state team, so that they can make better pedagogical decisions in providing professional learning opportunities to DLI educators across the state in each fall and winter, and for our annual Utah Dual Immersion Institute.
Chair,
So
may I ask a follow-up question?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Please.
I understand what you're doing with the information. My focus is on you're requesting more information. And my assumption is you're requesting that information because you think it's going to enhance the research that you're already gathering. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so what I'm asking for is, can, moving forward, obviously you can't go back in time, but moving forward, would it hinder in any way the research you're doing if the board were to request that we require the partner to provide specifically how this additional information has increased the efficacy of their research? Should it be provided?
I don't think it would hinder anything at all. I think that would be just fine, no problem.
That's the case. I would like to make a motion, but I don't want to curtail any discussion. Oh, sorry, Carol. I'll wait for.
Yep, let's see what Member Lear has to say, and then we'll come back to you, Vice Chair Carey.
I just had a couple of questions. Well, I just comment and then a question. My comment is, as I understand what you're saying, Carl, that and a little bit Katie too, these are just the SSID numbers that will be used are just numbers to the researchers. They're not going to link those to students' names. Is
Correct.
that right?
That's correct.
So there won't really be any opportunity for the researcher to know about private student information because it's going to look like
That's correct.
to the
That's
researcher.
correct. Yes.
And secondly, have there been any data issues, any data concerns, any privacy issues? You said this has been over many years, the agreement, and I'm wondering if there have been any concerns or any breaches or any issues that have come up in that time.
Not in my experience at all, and Katie can look at her office as well, but we have not had any concerns with Heltutra at all.
Okay, and then just my final comment, Chair, is it seems to me, and I'm not positive I'm not exactly sure what Vice Chair Carey is asking, but it seems to me that that it's a little circular. Until they get this data, they won't know. I mean, they're experts in this field and they think it will be helpful, but they won't exactly know how helpful until they actually get the data and are able to use it and apply it in individual students' progress. So this is something I would support.
Thank you, Member Lear. It looks like Dr. Thronson has a comment to that. Please. I'm not hearing Dr. Thronson. And she just dropped
I unmute. And hello. Good morning, Jennifer Thronson, Director of Teaching and Learning. Thank you, Chair Hymas, for allowing me to speak to this one. So I've been at the State Board for almost 9 years, and we've had L2 in that time. And to speak to Carl's been here a little shorter. We haven't had any issues in terms of data breaches or information not being used appropriately. And then to address Board Member Carey's question, the EL status, it's one thing for us to kind of look at specific student groups to say, is dual language immersion of benefit for that student group? And in this case, we're really curious about our English learners. As you as board members know, our English learners are the lowest performing student group in our state, even below special education. And so looking to see, sorry, I have a little something in my throat, looking to see if dual language immersion is of added benefit to increase their academic learning outcomes, would be of benefit for the state to say, well, maybe we want to share that with English language learner families as a potential option for them and increase their awareness of that option. As dual language immersion can be hard to get into, and to be able to say to a family, this might be a great experience for your student as we're seeing these benefits. At this time, we don't have that kind of data analysis conducted to be able to make those assumptions or conclusions, and that would really help one of our student groups that is struggling the most in our state.
Thank you. Vice Chair Carey, are you ready for a motion?
Yes, but I'd like to address some of the Board Member Lear's comments first beforehand. And that would just be, I agree with Board Member Lear that obviously we need to see the results, but there's a request for additional data. I'm generally in support of this motion or this amendment. I would just like to know that with this additional information and the benefits that are derived from it, which I think there will be, that's reported on specifically, so that we're just not providing this information and then it's just lost in the abyss, even though good things are happening. I think when good things are happening, just like bad things, we should be aware of it and report it. So I am ready to make a motion. I just don't know how. Do I type that up? Do I say it verbally? What is
No,
the
I
procedure
think,
in committee?
I can't, I don't know who's driving here, but if you'll put the motion on the screen. Katie, I know, okay, and I know you had your hand up, but if we can move into a motion, that might be helpful. Okay, so this is the suggested motion, Vice Chair Cherry, or Vice Chair Carey. If you'd like to use that motion or create your own.
I would just add a sentence to that. I'm completely fine with that. I would just add a sentence that would say something along the lines of and at the appropriate time, provide the board with, or the USB, provide the USB-E with wow, this is much harder. To provide the USB-E with the results of the additional information which was provided.
Can I ask either Katie or Carl, how often does this come before the board? Where would you give us this information, or where have you in the past? Is this a necessary amendment, or is this already happening? Can you fill us in on that?
May I respond, Chair?
Please, Carl.
The data comes to us once a year. The assessment happens in the fall. The data comes to us in January or February. Then the data is analyzed by them through the spring, and so the report comes to us probably in May. So it's once a year.
It's once a year. And how do board members see it? I think this is the addition that Vice Chair Carey is putting on here, is that it gets back to the board and we see the data. How does that typically happen in the past, or maybe we don't see it?
Well, that comes to us just in a report form as a state level report. And so what we can do is have them specifically report on the ELL data that they're requesting for us, so that we can see that, and we can create a report for you and give that to you specifically.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Thronson.
Yes, in the past, we've used consent calendar to share reports like this. And then if board members have questions, they can reach out to staff or pull it off of consent calendar to kind of ask those questions in board meeting.
And the reason I asked that might satisfy what you're looking for, Vice Chair Carey. If processes are already in place, maybe it doesn't, but that's the reason I asked those, is to kind of get that going and see if that would change anything on the motion, or if it's already happening. Member Lear, you have a comment or question?
Yes, I'm just in this era right now of looking for ways to minimize responsibilities of our staff, USB staff, as well as educators. I would support that, adding a report if it's something that's already provided, and as Jennifer suggested, maybe putting on the consent calendar. I am reluctant, and I'm really reluctant to add another report to the responsibilities of USB personnel. If it's already done and you can just call it to our attention annually, that's great. But I think we need to think of our USB staff the way we think of educators and administrators generally.
Vice Chair Carey, I see you have a comment. Angie, is your comment directed towards Carol's comment, Member Lear's?
It is in some ways. I just wanted to share some opportunities of how the report could be shared, and also just clarification from either Carl or Jennifer, because it might help if we want to not, I might recommend that we not get too specific on how the report is provided, because then it could give some options. For example, Carl could provide the report just in an email to the board or an email to the committee. And then based on that email and what is provided, then either board leadership could determine if they wanted to then schedule a report to a committee, for example, or something else. So my recommendation would be either number one, to keep it broad and then let staff kind of maybe start with an email and then from there determine the interest, versus doing it on consent calendar. But then once the email goes out, if there appears to be interest, that's when board leadership could decide that either they want to put on a consent calendar, or they could assign it to law and licensing for a verbal report. And that's just my recommendation and I was hopeful that this kept it broad enough that provide a report on the results of the research to the board or committee could then it could either be an email to the full board, and then based on interest, board leadership could determine if future verbal or other agenda item is necessary.
Okay. Vice Chair Carey.
Yeah, I think, and it's probably the way it was presented by myself, but what I'm really asking for is it's not the additional report, but that any report that's already produced, that we make sure that it includes the additional information that is now being requested, such as the ELL. So I agree with Board Member Lear. We shouldn't be taxing staff unnecessarily, but they're requesting additional information. I certainly think it's appropriate to request an update on how that information the results of that information. How is it helping further the research that's being done? And if it's efficacious, great. And if it's not, then maybe we have to re-examine the nature of the program. So again, to be clear, it's not an additional report. It's just to make sure that the report that is already being provided contains this information that is being considered under this particular action item.
Deputy Stallings, do you have another comment? Your hand is still raised.
No, yes, I guess I didn't realize my hand was still up, but if Carl and if you all could make sure that what we're saying here about the report makes sense, and that's the only feedback I would like. I'm trying to get it there. So this is what I've got, and that L2 track include in the program's annual report to USBE, I'm guessing, information on how the additional data elements have increased. I was kind of in the middle. And I don't know what sorry, increased.
Maybe contributed instead of increased.
Okay.
Have contributed to
their research?
Yeah.
We certainly do that.
There we go. And I'll take my hand down and
Okay. So the motion on the floor is that the committee approves the amendment to the existing data sharing agreement with University of Utah's L2 TREC and recommends that the board approve the data sharing agreement with University of Utah's L2 TREC, and that L2 TREC include in the program's annual report to USBE information on how the additional data elements have contributed to L2 TREC's research. Carl, I just have a question real quick. Does this add any work to you? If this motion were to go through, would this add any work to staff, or is this already being done?
No, it does not, because it's just a piece of data that goes to them and they do the research for us.
Okay. So board members, that is the motion on the floor. Any comments? Seeing none, please vote. I see 5 checks. That's passes unanimously. Thank you. On to item 3.3. This is a ULEAD partnership data sharing agreement with BYU and Wasatch County School District. We have, again, Katie Chalice, who can fill us in on this. And just as a reminder, this is another data sharing agreement. So a lot of those questions, you can ask whatever you want, committee members, but a lot of those questions have been answered considering when we're considering security of data. So please, Katie, if you'll fill us in on this one, and then we'll move to questions.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm happy to. So, and just so you guys know, we have several people on the call who are available to answer questions. Several of the researchers are here, and Director Megan Everett is here. She's the director of ULEAD. And I believe Aaron Ruff may be on the call as well if you have questions about the data sharing itself. So the background for this data sharing agreement is, first of all, it's a pilot. So it's a new type of data sharing agreement. And the background for it is that historically, researchers have found it difficult to receive data from the state board because of a couple of things. First is that it's just a long turnaround time. It takes about 2 months because we bring the data sharing agreement to this committee and then to the board, 2 months to even receive approval. And then also they have expressed an interest in more flexibility in terms of additional research questions on the same research topic. So perhaps once they're looking into the data, they've seen, oh, you know, now as we see these outliers, we're interested in this additional data element, or perhaps like an extended range of data for a different school year or something like that. So that's kind of the background behind this. And so ULEAD, specifically with Board Chair Moss, has been interested in piloting a different type of data sharing agreement in which everything starts the same, where the committee approves the data sharing initially and then the full board. But after that, things are a little different in that additional research requests or additional data requests could be expedited, I guess, in a way, because they could be, if the board approved this data sharing agreement, it would allow a set of staff members to approve those amendments to the data request. Specifically, that would be myself, the Director of Privacy, Aaron Bruff, the Director of Data and Statistics, Jared Felt, the Director of Information Technology, and Megan Everett, who's the Director of ULEAD. I think that's maybe enough for now. Do we have more questions right off the top?
I don't see any hands. Do we have any questions for Katie or any other staff members? Looks like Vice Chair Carey is reaching for a hand here. Vice Chair Carey, go ahead. If you applauded for us. And you're muted. I'm sorry. You got lots going on.
I just have a quick question. The submission I received did not have an Exhibit B, which I think were the CVs. I had sent an email earlier requesting that. But I think that's important just to know who's going to be taking the lead on this in terms of who they are. Was that just my submission, or was that not provided to anyone?
That was my error. I didn't seek those out in time to post it. So that's something we could pursue for sure if you're interested.
Do you believe we should move forward with this agreement until that information is provided? If it was
I'm not sure that I should speak to that.
That's a loaded question.
Well, I'm trying to stay neutral. So
yeah, it isn't meant to be. I just don't know if it was important enough to include as an amendment to the agreement and then not to have it available for review. I just don't know. I would prefer to have that information available.
I'll speak as one who has spoken to the ULEAD team a little bit and has talked to them. I'm ready to support them, but there's no motion on the table yet. I'm just telling you that I'm comfortable moving forward, but that doesn't, I'm speaking for me. There are 5 committee members. So let's jump to Member Lear. Oh, get that unmute.
Thank you. I had two thoughts. First of all, I don't have a problem. In fact, I think it's a good idea with that to do the expedited, as Katie referred to it, the expedited sort of data sharing process among those 4 people. And I know, I trust them. I think they'll be very careful and very appropriate, and we'll get data in them and information on this very important topic in a more timely way. I do have one concern, and that is that the only district that's in this pilot is Wasatch District, and I represent a much, much different student population than Wasatch. And as a former teacher, I guess we're once a teacher, always a teacher. But as a teacher, I know that teaching a homogeneous group like Wasatch is, and I went to the effort to find out that there's 10% of minority students, 10% minority students in Wasatch, compared to my 50+% minority students in the Salt Lake City area. It's a very different teaching experience. So teacher success, what works with those teachers in different districts that are that dramatically different concerns me. I wish there were 2 or 3 districts that provide us a little more diversity for comparison. So I don't know if that's possible. I also would like to move forward with this. I think this is an excellent use of ULEAD money that hasn't been used, that needs to be used to do important things. So I've now generated a whole bunch of people to comment, but I would hope that we could, as this progresses, and I don't want to hold it up, and I like the data part of it, data sharing part of it, I just would hope that we would involve some districts that are more heterogeneous than Wasatch.
Thank you. We have three non-member hands that are up. Nate, I don't know if you're staff or if you're with ULEAD.
I'm with Wasatch.
Oh, you're with Wasatch. Well, let's start with
and Matt, sorry to interrupt, but Matt, I think that ULEAD is staff. That's part of our office.
Oh, thank you for that clarification. So let's first hear from Katie, and then we'll hear from Nate. Or actually, we won't hear from Nate. He just dropped his hand.
Thanks. I just wanted to speak to Board Member Lear's question about the diversity of the audience or the students, I guess, involved in this study. The reason this is a pilot is not so much because it's a pilot of the type of research that's being done. It's a pilot as to the feasibility of this model. So, and it's a short pilot. It would be about a year long. So the goal is for USB staff and ULEAD staff to come back, in a year's time and kind of give you a report on how did this work, this new data sharing agreement model, that kind of thing, which would then potentially, depending on how the board wanted to move forward, could expedite future research as well.
So Matt, can I just ask a quick follow-up to that?
Sure.
And so what you're saying is you're really piloting the expedited data process, not so much which I was more excited about, what teaching, what benefits, how teachers are effective. I was more excited about that, but I'm great with that, and I understand, and now I see why you've just got one district. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll hear from Nate from the district real quick, and then we'll move to Member Wood. And Nate, let's hit, there we go.
Clicking so many buttons here. I wanted to address that same concern that Member Lear was bringing up. Part of this and our ambition at Wasatch is precisely what you're getting at, is we want to be able to include and learn from districts across the state. And so the outcome of the study would then be to invite districts outside of Wasatch, so that it's a kind of a building sort of a study.
Okay, thank you. Member Wood?
I do have some concerns with when we have a policy in place that says that if it's not required by state or federal law, then it must be approved by us. In some ways, this feels like we abdicate our responsibilities and say, nope, you poor people can decide what kind of data you want to collect, what you want. So this is a pilot, but as we discussed yesterday, sometimes pilots end up, moving forward. How do we just draw the line between when we're going to start giving other people the access and when we're going to keep that role within, our data privacy policy of if we want to share it, we approve it?
Yeah, I would ask Katie if she would speak to that as she's over privacy, and that's a privacy concern. If
Sure.
she's still on. Sure. Thanks, Katie.
Yes, I am. Thank you. And Board Member Wood, you're spot on. It's the choice that's before you is the level to which you're comfortable kind of delegating some of that decision making. There have been just historically, so there have been changes to that policy within the last few years. The board initially was having all data sharing got brought before them, with the exclusion of the including the stuff the data sharing that's required by federal and state law. And then the board decided, no, we don't feel that we need to approve all these. The data sharing is going to happen anyway, and so that change was made. So really, it's in your hands as the board to decide to what degree you're comfortable kind of delegating that second data approval.
Thank you, Katie. If I remember that correctly, I believe it came through this committee and maybe previous committee members. Carol, I guess her and I are the last two standing, but I believe that we said if it's shared within the agency, then it doesn't need to come before the board. But if it goes outside the agency, then the board should probably have some eyes on it. Does that sound familiar? I might be off a little bit, but
the term that's used in the policy is internal, which to me initially that kind of sounds like, yeah, if it's data sharing within the agency. However, the way that internal was defined by the board is within the agency, but also data sharing that is legally required by federal or state law. So it's kind of a confusing term in my opinion, because it's actually some external data sharing.
So is this external, and we talk about ULEAD being internal, but where's the wall of what's staying and going?
Yeah, this is considered external because, sorry, Chair, may I respond?
please.
This is considered external because we are not legally bound to provide this data to these researchers. So it's not so much about ULEAD, it's about the researchers at BYU and Wasatch County School District.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. With no more questions, I'd be seeking a motion. Member Lear, it looks like you're attempting.
I will. I'm happy to make that motion. I didn't raise my hand. I move that the committee approves the ULEAD partnership data sharing agreement with BYU, Wasatch County School District, and ULEAD, and forward a recommendation to the board for approval. That would be my motion, and I'd just like to speak briefly to it now.
Please.
I think this is worth trying. I think we've got to find the sweet spot between adequate protection of data, which is super important. I completely support that, but also not tying us so in knots that we can't in a timely way look at really important issues like student literacy growth, just for instance. And I think now that I was better informed, I think a single district pilot program that everybody will be looking at is a good first step.
Thank you. Vice Chair Carey speaking to the motion. And I hit that mute button.
I'm going to support the motion with the understanding that, one of the key exhibits that we're asked to vote on today is absent from this provision, from what we're voting on. But I'm going to support it. I do think it's a pilot. I do think that there are adequate protections in place. And I am going to request that, is it director or deputy? Director Chalice, that you provide the committee with the missing exhibit in a timely manner, if that's possible.
It looks like that is possible. And just for your awareness, Vice Chair Carey, we are recommending that this moves to the full board. So if there is some concerns later on, we can bring that up in our meeting, our full board meeting next month in February. Deputy Stallings, you got a hand up?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify, and hopefully Katie can correct me if I'm wrong, but we have not in the past included CVs for everyone requesting research. And correct me if I'm wrong, Katie. So it's not, I don't believe it's, I just wanted to clarify that if it's missing, it's not because it's missing and has normally been there. I think that in the past, we've provided information, the agreement and the names and where the people are working or the institutions or organizations they're associated with, but we have not in the past, that's not part of our regular process to include CVs or resumes. Not that we couldn't do that in the future, but it mostly was to clarify that if anything is missing, it's actually not missing. It just hasn't been part of the process, and maybe we may want to consider updating Board Policy 3006, which is our policy on how data sharing agreements are reviewed, and or establish that expectation if that's something that board members are interested in seeing the resumes of those who are receiving the data.
Thank you, Deputy Stallings. For me personally, if it is available upon request, I think that's sufficient for me. But Vice Chair Carey, go ahead.
Yeah, the reason it was an issue to me is the item we just considered before this one had Dr. Rubio's resume, right, and CV. And so when it's absent from the next item, it appears there's an incongruency there. So I think, yeah, if it's not required, it should be, especially if it's an exhibit to what we're voting on. If it's something ancillary, maybe not so much, but yeah, if it's an exhibit to the agreement that we're asking to approve, I don't understand why we wouldn't have it in front of us.
Okay, thank you. I guess just briefly for processes, like Vice Chair Carey, if we want to amend that rule, we would work with board leadership on seeing if we can get that into the agenda somewhere. Does that make sense?
It does. I just don't understand if the rule is, if somebody wants to attach it, it's there, and if they don't, it's not there. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So I'll take a look at the policy and see what it says.
Thank you. Thank you. Aaron Bruff, you have your hand up. Do you have something for us?
Yeah, thank you. Aaron Bruff, Director of Data and Statistics. And just to answer the question, in typical or regular data requests, when a researcher comes and requests information, they have a form that they fill out. All of that information, the resume, CV, is included in the initial packet that is reviewed, and then through that review process is brought to the board. That's the typical process. And just sharing, this is a pilot of a different sharing nature that we're working with ULEAD. And so just letting you know, typical, we always see the CV and all that information behind the researcher, and it's submitted with that packet. So just so you're aware that that does come through on all of our data requests that we receive. On when you go to our website and look at the data request, there's a packet that we require from all researchers to come in. Again, this one right here, this is slightly different because we are piloting a partnership process of data sharing. And like Katie was just saying, hey, she'll get it for you and submit it with it. So this one's kind of new. And so that's what we're going through right now. And just wanted to share that information. Is typically, yeah, you will always see it because that's what we request up front with our traditional request process.
Thank you. So the motion before the committee is that the committee approves R277 No, the motion before the committee is that the committee approves the ULEAD partnership data sharing agreement with Brigham Young University, Wasatch County School District, and ULEAD, and forward a recommendation to the board for approval. Board members, please vote. It looks like we have 4 yays with member Wood in the negative, or no, not negative, just a no vote. Thank you, board members or committee members. Let's move on to agenda item 3.4. This is R277-552 Charter School Timelines and Approval Processes Amendment. And we do have a public comment here from Mr. Royce Van Tassel. Are you in the room with us, Royce? If so, please go ahead and give your public comment. We ask you to keep it between 2 to 3 minutes, if you could.
Appreciate that. Thank you for having me here today, and for all of the good work that you as a committee and as a board do. As you know, the Administrative Rules Committee end of last year expressed concern, and I expressed concern at the time that the previous version of this rule created an incentive or a disincentive for successful models to charter school models that start, say, in a demographically favorable area to then open a satellite in a demographically less favorable community, because it might limit the opportunity for that same school to open another campus someplace else. And I fear that the draft that you are looking at today retains that problem insofar as it indicates that each school within a charter school LEA would need to hit minimum benchmarks, whether that's, exceed the average of the district or of the state, that the and that it would probably be better to leave some of that judgment in the hands of the authorizer. I can imagine scenarios where a school that is serving a specific population, and I'll use Roots as one example. I think that most of us are familiar with Roots, and compared to other schools, most people would look and say Roots is not a highly successful school when one understands the population that they serve, that most, if not all of their students have dropped out at least once. We look and say, holy cow, they're doing incredibly well. Although a 70% graduation rate would be odd at most places, at Roots, it is probably 60 points higher than what you would expect given the students that they have. And I think it's difficult in rule to say this is the minimum standard that charter would have to have. But given the individual judgment that we want to empower authorizers to exercise and say, where is, who is really doing well, given the population that they're serving. I think that may be one way to avoid the unintentional incentive structure that we have had for the last little while. So I look forward to the conversation and hope that we can fix that unintentional incentive structure. Thank you,
Royce, for sharing your comments. Deputy Stallings, we have Deputy Stallings and Scott Jones to give us kind of an overview. I know on the screen it says recommended action has draft 1. I believe Deputy Stallings will be looking at draft 2. Is that correct?
You are correct. Thank you. We'll make that change in the system. Would you like me to go ahead and give a introduction?
Please, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Good morning, committee members. Angie Stallings, Deputy Superintendent of Policy. And I'll go ahead and kind of describe the rule in general and show you 3 sections of the rule just to bring them to your attention. But in general, as is mentioned here in the background, in October, the State Charter School Board was asked to present to the Administrative Rules Review Committee, and former Vice Chair Davis and I also attended. And there's a bill out right now that would sunset subsection 2C of 5572 as section 7. And you can see the language there that they have included in that reauthorization bill as an exception to what could be of something that would sunset. And so based on that motion in October, we've had a number of people who've been discussing alternatives to what R27752 could look like. Just in general, what this rule does, some pretty significant things. It defines small expansion and large expansions, and I'll show you those definitions in just a moment. But what it does is it allows authorizers to establish their own standards and procedures on how they're going to approve small expansion requests. Just as a little overview for board members or newer board members, an expansion is when a charter school is expanding. Let's say that it serves K-6 and it has 500 students. An expansion could either be adding an additional 50 or 100 or 200 students. That would be an expansion, but still maintaining the K-6 grade span. Or an expansion could be expanding grade levels. So maybe a charter school wants to go from a K-6 model to a K-8 model. Expanding those 2 additional grades would be an expansion. A satellite school is different in the sense that a satellite school is a completely new school. So you might have, and I'll just use a school that's near where I live in my community, Summit Academy, and Summit Academy has multiple campuses, but they're all under the same LEA. They have the one LEA of Summit Academy with multiple schools. So if Summit Academy, for example, wanted to open another school very similar, generally, they could have some differences, but oftentimes it's when you have a charter school that now already has an existing campus, wants to locate in a different area, that would be a satellite school. So that's the difference between expansion versus satellite. So the rule clarifies that now small expansions, which I might as well show this while I'm speaking of it. A small expansion would be an expansion of 50 or fewer students, would not necessitate significant renovation, and is for no more than 1 additional grade. Whereas a large expansion would be above 50 students, could necessitate or would necessitate significant renovation, or for more than 1 additional grade level. So what this rule does now that it didn't do before is it separates into those 2 categories. Before, all expansion requests, regardless of whether they were adding 25 students or 300 students or 4 grade levels, they were all treated the same. So this rule now allows the authorizer to establish the standards and criteria for, and I'll show you where that comes up. You can see this is the new section, and there's a lot of language being deleted, and I apologize, I'm scrolling through there, but you can see we have the section on small charter school small expansion requests, and it is much more streamlined and left up to the authorizer. And then the large expansion requests are handled in section 7. The other thing that this rule does, and I'll talk about the large expansion requests in a minute and highlight the language that I think has gotten the most attention, is also related to the Administrative Rules Review Committee discussion. But the other thing this rule does is it previously, both for expansion requests and satellite requests, there was essentially a 2-step process. So kind of a staff, at least in the way that the State Charter School Board implemented it, there was a staff review and screener, and then if it met that, it went to the full board. The way the rule is structured now, it's just a one-step process. It's all done in one step and at one time. And that was based. And so when you see all of this language that's deleted here, it's because we're essentially eliminating that first step and going straight to the one-step process that would go to the authorizer's governing board. The language, a lot of this language may look like it's brand new, but a lot of this is just moving. So especially down here in the financial area, language, this, for example, on the enrollment, that is already in the rule. It was just up above, and I was restructuring a bit to kind of have the academic performance standards at the top, and then more of the financial and operations standards in subsection 4. So I'm going to go to subsection 3 and just highlight this language here for you. You can see that it says an authorizer may only approve an application from a charter school for a satellite school or large expansion if, and this is where all the criteria are. The one criteria that I think I have personally heard the most discussion or feedback on is subsection 3C, 1 and 2. And this is significantly different than what is currently in our board rule. Currently, 552 sets out essentially 2 criteria that says that they either have to meet the goals in their charter agreement or they have to be performing at or above, I believe it might be above, the average student performance for the district where they're located. This new standard, which is in subsection 3C, would allow the authorizer to establish their standard of academically high performing and good standing. And that standard has to include subsections 1 and 2. And that standard would be included in the authorizer's process that is submitted to the board and approved by the board. Just as a reminder, before an authorizer is allowed to either approve a new school, approve an expansion request, approve a satellite school, they have to submit a process to the State Board of Education, and that is reviewed and approved by the state board. The State Charter School Board is the only authorizer currently in the state that has all of their processes approved. And now their process would need to be amended if this rule passes to include their standard or definition of academically high performing and in good standing. And so there's that language there. I did want to also bring to your attention at the bottom a clarification for those who already have their processes submitted. And then when it comes to expansions and satellite requests, I think that the State Charter School Board is the only authorizer currently that has those processes approved. We do have Utah State, who has their new charter school application process approved, but my recollection is they have not submitted a process for expansion requests in satellite schools yet. But you can see here at the bottom, we're clarifying that an authorizer with a previously approved process shall resubmit their processes to the state board within 6 months of the effective date of the rule. Assuming that this rule follows the course of other rules, it generally takes about 3 months once the rule is approved by the board before it takes legal effect. So we could anticipate that the State Charter School Board, as an example, they are just one authorizer. I just wanted to remind the committee, we have many authorizers because not only the State Charter School Board is an authorizer, but we have many school districts who authorize charter schools. And we have 2 higher ed institutions who currently, one who had a school previous to the processes being submitted. They haven't submitted processes for an additional school, but we have 2 higher ed institutions. But all higher ed institutions and all school districts have the authority, they can become authorizers. They have that ability to do that if they submit their processes to the State Board of Education for review. Hopefully, I have clarified. I hope I didn't go in too much of a deep dive, But because this is the first time for some of our board members to talk about charter schools, I did want to add in some of that background information about the difference between expansions and satellites. And I'm happy to go through any of the language in the rule or answer additional questions. I wonder if Chair Hymas, if we could also turn some time over to Deputy Scott Jones. He may have some things to add in addition to what I shared.
Yes, thank you. Please, Deputy Jones.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, Angie covered it all. Just for clarity, my role and responsibility is, as Angie articulated, when the when the authorizers submit, they submit through my office or through my staff, so that then we would subsequently take to the board those processes that Angie described that authorizers are bound to for you to review and approve. So that's a big reason why I'm here. Also, to articulate or to convey to all of you that from a standards aspect for this too, in working closely with other states, to Royce's comments too, from the bottom up, a lot of charter school BAs that I have the opportunity to work with and learn from have always, since I've been here, this is my 8th year now, have always said, they really just want to be on know what the standards are, no matter what authorizer they're under. Because I've dealt with other charter schools under other authorizers from the SCSB, that there is a uniform standard and a clear understanding of what it takes to expand or establish a satellite campus, and that seems reasonable to me. The other aspect here is that I just need to convey to you that other states have tried the process where authorizers are the ones that establish the standards. And unintentionally, what has resulted, or the risk that you take when you have authorizers that establish the standards, is that you still will lack uniformity of standards for expansion and or satellite campuses between authorizers, which could, and I'm not saying it will or it won't, but the risk does increase that, one of my colleagues in another state that has quite a lot of experience with charter schools said you end up having authorizer shopping, right? If a particular, or you risk that. I'm not saying that'll happen here or anything like that. It's just that, they recommended to me that I convey to you that there's risks associated when you still don't, that if you have an authorizer that their academic standard is A, but then you have an authorizer that is an standard B, and then the authorizer says that, well, we're denying your expansion. You may have a charter schools that request to go to other authorizers. So, those are some of the ramifications of that, or of, instituting when an authorizer is the one that creates the standard. So other states, their boards, their respective boards are the standard setters for expansion and too. So with that, I'm open to any questions or concerns, because ultimately it becomes a compliance type thing. And then, we're responsible to monitor, and we're always fair. We're always try to monitor, just whatever the rule is or the law, we monitor to those specifications or, to the rule and the law. So thank you, Chair. Subject to any questions or concerns from your esteemed members.
Thank you. It looks like committee member Lear has a question, but before you unmute and ask that member Lear, I did want to let the committee know that we also have Executive Director Jennifer Lambert from the State Charter School Board here in the area Q, whatever, with us. So please, member Lear.
Thank you. And let me apologize right now for talking so much today. I promise that I will be better. I feel like maybe Matt and I have more of the institutional history with some of these issues. So maybe you'll forgive me for that reason, but I promise to not be the only commenter. I didn't have so much a question as some comments about this rule, and I'll just go through them as quickly as possible. First of all, I think there's been a ton of work by a number of board members working with the Administrative Rules Committee, who sort of set this in motion, and Mr. Van Tassel. And a ton of work doesn't always equal we should accept the outcome. But in this case, I think it has resulted in compromises that go both directions, and they're good ones. I think we've struck a good balance in this rule, adding in the small versus large expansions, and I think Roy should consider that an improvement and a sort of a win in terms of all charters are created equal. I think it has to be said in setting these standards that despite the fact that the board was cut out in some previous legislation a few years ago, largely in the authorizing process, which I thought was a mistake then and now, but the board still has the constitutional responsibility for the public education system. And so I think for the board to not set standards, in addition to Scott's insight about financial consequences, I think there are constitutional responsibilities and consequences that would take place. I was going to say as one of my comments that I think there's no one right now who knows more about the overall public education financial system than Scott Jones, and he supports these changes. I think in the end, we are at the mercy, the board, are at the mercy of the legislature. I listened to the whole painful Administrative Rules Committee meeting, and I think that there are some committee members that believe that the board does not like charter schools. And I want to speak just for myself to say, I like all public schools who follow the law, follow the rules, and are about doing that consistently. So I don't think that's true at all of big groups of people. I think a lot of us like schools that abide by the rules. I also have to add that there was a lot of talk in that meeting about parity between charter schools and traditional schools, neighborhood schools. I don't think there necessarily will be parity always, because there are lots of exemptions for charter schools that are sort of laborious for neighborhood schools. So parity, I'm not sure, is what I will always be striving for. So I do support this compromise language. The Administrative Rules Committee could overcall it, and we'll have to live with that. But I feel like if we support this compromise language, leaving some important standards in place, but making allowances for different sizes and types of charter schools. And let me just add one more thing. As Royce brought out, one of the examples of a good charter school that I always use is Roots. But I don't think Roots should be allowed to replicate or enhance or satellite or whatever other verb you want to use, because Roots is unique, and Roots does serve an unusual population. And it would make me nervous if this started to become a big part of the system. But Roots can always ask, like any charter can, any neighborhood school can ask for a waiver of a rule. And that might be the way that a single school that's unusual goes, and then the board evaluates it individually. So with that, I support these, I think, compromise decisions that maintains the constitutional responsibilities of the state board, but also makes allowances for charter schools who were under what they felt were some burdensome requirements.
Thank you, Member Lear. Appreciate your comments. Additionally, we're always happy to hear from you as a chair. If we don't want to hear from you, we just won't remind you to unmute. So
that's gracious. That's gracious, Pat.
Member Carey.
Yeah, line 328 and 329. I read draft 1, I read draft 2. I think draft 2 takes this in the wrong direction. And I just, I guess my question is, if we have a charter school that's in this corrective action plan, and they're working their hearts out, they're doing everything they can to make it right, they're moving in that direction in good faith, but a corrective action plan can take time. But if they're operating in good faith, am I understanding correctly that 328 and 329 would say, well, until this plan is completed, even if you're moving in the right direction and you're doing the things that we ask, you're unable to avail yourselves of A, B, and C because the cap hasn't been resolved. And that Deputy Stallings and Assistant Superintendent Jones.
Steph, can you speak to that, Steph?
Oh, thank you. That's a much better way of saying it.
Scott, do you want to take that? I think you.
Well, I'm sorry. So it cut out a little bit. Could you just repeat the question, Board Member Carey?
Yeah, I read draft 1 and I read
Right.
draft 2. And draft 2 seems to be moving this in the wrong direction from my perspective. If we have a charter school that is in a corrective action plan, but that charter school is cooperating with the requests and directives of USBE while they are in that plan,
Right.
are they prohibited, despite the fact they're moving in the right direction, they're operating in good faith, from taking advantage of the benefits as provided by this, by their charter and by the authorizer?
So, Chair, if I may,
Please.
So my understanding is, yes, they would be prohibited because there's other language. Now, Angie can help me with this part, or Deputy Superintendent Stallings. My understanding is as long as they're on a corrective action plan, and I will say this, corrective action plans do vary. You have programmatic corrective action plans, and then we have corrective action plans for financial concerns or issues that might occur. And some corrective action plans are easily resolved, right? I mean, take school fees, for instance, right? We enter into corrective action plans, and so far what we've seen is a trend where within a few months they come off of those corrective action plans, right? Whereas in some situations we've had, and not just charter schools but districts, that we've had long-term corrective action plans. And I'll speak from a financial aspect. There was one district that was on a corrective action plan for close to 2 years due to financial concerns when I was first coming on. So subject to further clarification from Deputy Superintendent Stallings, irregardless of the scope or depth of the corrective action plan, my understanding is, again, because these flow through our office or the procedures, that all authorizers would be subject to having to enforce that if and whatever the depth of that corrective action plan is, they would not be able to authorize, so to speak, an expansion and or a satellite. That's my understanding, how I interpret the rule. But Chair, if we may defer to Deputy Superintendent Stallings.
Just a quick follow-up. So even if they were moving forward in what the USBE thought was the right direction, even if they were cooperating in good faith,
Sure.
with the proposed corrective action plan, it wouldn't make a difference, as I understand this language.
Right. So if I may just real quick. So sir, from a primary staff officer to you, my response to that from Scott's perspective is there's just too much subjectivity there. So I could say, hey, yes, they're making progress. They're converting to a new financial system. They're doing all this too. But at the end of the day, they're still on a corrective action plan. And so if that's what we want to do here, then I would also just encourage or ask, then who is it that determines, whether or not they're making progress, right? Is it Scott? Is it the superintendent? Is it, because see, what you inevitably run into there, sir, is that subjectivity issue, is that, the school is going to say, well, we're making progress, we're moving through, but there could be a staff officer here that says, no, you're not. I mean, you could have, you should be in a better system. You should have been in a better system 4 months ago, or, your financial statements still don't balance. You don't have, so then you get into those types of things. So if we could, I think I understand your question and your concern there, sir, but then I would just respectfully request, specificity on who it is that determines whether to your point, they are making, adequate progress within that particular cap.
And I think that's a fair, add-on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Deputy Stallings, did you have additional comments to that?
I was just going to add to or clarify and kind of support what Deputy Jones said, that really what you're seeing now in draft 2, I would say, is how we have, as well as the State Charter School Board, have been interpreting that the charter school has no outstanding corrective action. That's the current language. It's just in a different place in the rule. It currently says that as well, that the charter school has no outstanding corrective action. And that has been the interpretation, is that it has to be completed. So if the board wanted something other than, again, I think Deputy Jones just articulated the difficulty of trying to do something midstream or when it hasn't been completed, is that it can become subjective. The other thing I just wanted to add is I don't think we have as many correct LEAs on corrective action plans as it might seem. The school fees, there's some short-term ones, as I think, Deputy Jones mentioned. I think we've got some in licensing right now that have been somewhat short-term. But in the past, we have not had as many corrective action plans. It's not that the majority of schools are on them or the majority of districts. So I don't know if that's important to you, Vice Chair Carey, to have stats like that, but that's just another point I wanted to share.
Thank you. I do have some amendments to this rule that I'll put forth in at a later time, but let's first hear from Member Hart.
I actually, in light of that, really, I'd like to wait till the amendments, although I would like to say that I was just going to say the same thing. I haven't seen a lot of corrective action plans that don't resolve quickly. I also think that it's prudent, right? We're dealing with often very small organizations, and to ask them to extend their efforts when perhaps they should be focusing on remediating issues that they have. I just think it's more prudent, and it protects the charter in a sense. The other thing I just wanted to mention is, Carol, Member Lear, please speak up, because I'm a new member and I'm absorbing, but in many cases, the questions that I have are being asked by other members. So I do think it's important to be an involved committee member, but y'all are doing a very good job at asking questions in a way that gets my questions answered too. So please speak away. But Chair Hymas, I think I'd reserve any questions for after your amendments.
Thank you. Deputy Jones, you have a thought here?
Yes, sir. I feel it's important that the committee members consider what I'll just define as timing, right? There's certain points in time that these applications take place, right? For expansion, things like that. So it's important to note that, and I completely agree with Deputy Superintendent Stallings, we don't have a lot of LEAs that are on corrective action plans. However, it could just be a matter of the timing of, at the particular time they're applying, they are on one, right? And that, after they apply or in that time frame to do it. So my point is that, timing is everything as well, too, as it relates to when a corrective action plan is taking place. It just could be over that same time frame when they're taking the process of applying as well, for your consideration.
Thank you. With no other hands, I'd like to just talk about a couple amendments. If we go back to the rule, let's go back to the rule for just a second, down to 335, where we were, because we're just already there. 335. You'll see that item J reads, the charter school provides a market analysis, including documentation of the school's potential for enrollment stability, covering all public schools within a 10-mile radius, including analysis of whether nearby schools are at enrollment capacity. and. I'd like to amend the rule to remove covering all public schools within a 10-mile radius, including analysis of whether nearby schools are at enrollment capacity. As you can see on the screen here, I talked to Director Lambert from the SCSB about this a little bit, and she brought up some good points with some specific schools. I know she brought up Spectrum Academy. Roots, I think, would probably fall into this. And if she's willing, I'd love to hear her thoughts on this as well. But I think this offers more flexibility. Of course, the school has to provide a market analysis of the surrounding area and the schools that is included. And so we don't want to lose that aspect of it. But I don't want to get into some tedious work of finding each elementary school that's around you, especially in a dense area. Additionally, if I'm in a not as dense area, I'm not having to reach out as much. So I'm hoping that this is not necessary to the rule. I don't see, again, I was wondering if Director Lambert, can you speak to this just for a second, and then we will look to Member Lear for a question.
Sure, I'd be happy to. The concern with this is that it's putting on a distance, a number that doesn't fit for all schools. So as Chair Hymas already mentioned, there's some schools that are in very dense areas. And so a 10-mile radius really is not the population that school is going to be bringing from. It might be a 2-mile radius, whereas there might be others where they're bringing from a greater radius than the 10 miles. There also might be some schools that have very specialized missions where, again, you might need to look more than a 10-mile radius. And so really as an authorizer, what we look for is a solid and very relevant market analysis. But to have just saying, well, they just have to look at the schools within a 10-mile area and that's a sufficient market analysis, it just really isn't giving the kind of information that you really need, that an authorizer needs to know in order to gauge whether this school is needed or not.
Thank you for that. Member Lear.
Yes, thanks. I have a question to your amendment, Matt, if that's okay. I've watched this rule evolve for probably 3 years now, and this has been one of the issues. What kind of a market analysis is helpful and fair? And some of the points that Jennifer just made have been made before. But I also heard, just coincidentally, attending the USBA conference last week and it came up in a very random moment, but I was talking to a couple of superintendents, and I believe somebody else, doesn't matter, but they made the point of one of the problems is that some of these painful school closures or not even school closures, but some of their discontent, their frustration with the charter school system and movement, and some would just argue that's the market and let it work. But their concern was that there wasn't an adequate view of enrollment of schools nearby. So I agree with you that a 10-mile radius seems kind of arbitrary. I agree with Jennifer that unique schools deserve our support and not making life harder for them. But I also think that some kind of an analysis of enrollment capacity of nearby schools should be part of the market analysis. So I'm looking to see, is the 10-mile radius the problem? Is can we somehow keep that piece in there? Matt, is that what are you wedded to both parts of that?
Well, let me ask Director Lambert. I understand that she is one authorizer, right? And so she speaks for one authorizer here, but Director Lambert, what do you see in the market analysis? Is this covered in the analysis already?
Thank you. I cannot imagine a market analysis, a good market analysis that wouldn't look at comparable schools. And so as an authorizer, I just can't envision what would a market analysis look like if it didn't include that. I know every single market analysis that we've had since I've been on staff, regardless of the board rules or the different specific questions that we ask, it's always looking at what's going on with the nearby schools. Like, you know, and sometimes just looking at the enrollment isn't enough. For example, we've had situations where we could look at the current schools and that their enrollment, and we could see that they're very full. But if we know that there's additional schools that are going to be opening, well, then just the fact that schools around there are full doesn't necessarily mean that that won't be the case when this when the new school opens. And so there's just so much that has to go into this if you're limiting the market analysis. And when you give something so specific like that, it almost comes across like it limits what the market analysis is. And I just don't think that that's wise. I just don't think it's robust enough. I think that it needs to be left up to match the individual situation.
Member Lear, you have additional?
I know we've gone back and forth with very specific language and more general language, and when it was too general, then Jennifer and others made comments that this is just too general and not understandable. And so I hear what you're saying, and I appreciate the sort of presumption that a good market analysis includes the enrollment capacity and how full nearby schools are. But I guess I'm not. I think that's so important to the whole system, which is the board's role, that I hate to leave it out altogether. I'm just asking, not making this amendment yet, Matt, but maybe this is to Matt and Jennifer to say, what about a splitting the baby and saying that charter school provides a market analysis, including enrollment information about nearby schools, and documentation of the school's potential for enrollment stability. Is that something that you would accept? Is that adding in the general notion that Jennifer thought was important? Or are we back to the discussion of, well, that's too ambiguous? So what would you think about that?
For me, I don't know if that makes any difference with what the market analysis is anyway. Does that make sense? I think it's included in the market analysis. That's why I look to remove this stuff, is the market analysis should cover all these things. I mean, that's not the only reason why.
One just mini response. You're absolutely right. A good market analysis should, and I'm not an economist, so I don't pretend to know the details of what that looks like. But this, hearkening way back to member Carey's point from earlier, is how would we ever know if it did or didn't? Because these go to the charter school board only, and we don't know if that good market analysis then actually takes place. So that's that's my concern. But I've made my point. I don't know if I can support it written like this, but that's my problem. So thanks.
Thank you, Member Lear. Let's hear from Member Hart.
I want to be mindful of not belaboring or extending points that may not make a difference, but quite frankly, I support striking it simply because enrollment capacity, I don't think gives any sort of data that should really push it one way or another. Enrollment trends change for 1,000 different reasons, and I don't know that that's a good reason to not open or consider or not consider. I just don't think it's an important variable, period. I do think it needs to be considered, as was stated, as part of a market analysis, but I see no reason for it to be called out as as a variable in the climate that we're in, and the way families choose to walk at any point, and how we view choice. And there are some communities where we have, it was pointed out yesterday that we have a school on every corner because of the density. I just think it's extraneous, and I think a good market analysis is going to include that. And I think if a charter doesn't consider that, it's to their detriment. And I just don't see the need for it. And as less is more is my top priority, I just support the striking of it. My 2 cents.
Thank you. Member Carey, Vice Chair Carey.
Yeah, can you scroll down a little bit on your, is that the entire amendment? Because the amendment I'm looking at in the packet is different than what I'm seeing on the.
This would be amendment number 2 in the packet, but I haven't addressed that one yet.
Or member Carey, I just renumbered them since it makes more sense, since we're considering this now as a committee first. I just changed it to amendment 1, but you're right. In the backup, it's amendment number 2.
Okay, I'm slow, but I eventually get there. Thank you.
I apologize. I went out of order because we were 3 lines above it. So I just.
Yeah. Nope, I see it. Thank you.
If there's no other questions, members, I'd like to put this one to a vote and move forward. So the amended motion, and Deputy Stallings, if you'll help me with verbiage and processes, but yes.
I was just going to tell you what you can do is just state that the committee approves amendment 1 to amend lines 357 through 335 through 337 as described on screen. And then that way you don't have to read the changes.
Perfect. So the motion is that the committee approves amendment number 1 to amend lines 335 through 337 as described below on your screen. At this time, committee members, please vote. So that passes unanimously. Thank you, committee members, for that. Let's, if I'm allowed, I'd like to look at this other amendment here. And I've been looking at this for a little bit, and I'm going to pull an audible here, and I know you don't like that, and I don't like it either, but let's discuss it just for a second here. And Deputy Stallings, I haven't filled you in either, so this is a surprise to everybody except for me. I apologize, but we can discuss it and vote. I'd like to, after reading over this section C, I'd like to move that the committee remove subsection C2 or II entirely. And I'll speak to that just a little bit before we start taking questions. This section reads, no single school under the charter LEA individually fails to meet the charter schools authorizer's approved definition of academic good standing. I think first off, I think this is covered in the section above it where it says a charter LEA as a whole qualifies as high performing under the charter schools authorizer's approved definition of high performing. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean that it's high performing or not, but it does say the charter LEA as a whole, right? It encompasses the entire charter LEA. To Mr. Van Tassel's point this morning when he was talking earlier through his public comment about incentivizing or de-incentivizing charters from opening in difficult areas, I can't imagine some of the areas that I've worked in that didn't have the choice for parents. I had parents over and over saying, please, we need to get in here. We are dying to get in here. They've been on wait list for over a year to come into our school. They'll just come in through the doors and say, how do I get in here? And we have to tell them about the processes, of course. So to have charters start, because of this section, start saying, you know what, I'm not even going to risk it. I have a good model here. It has been successful in these maybe more successful areas. I'm not even going to risk opening in a not as successful area so that I then cap off what my growth, right? And so I think that this first is covered already, but two is not spelled out so much that charters are reluctant to go into help difficult areas throughout our state. So that's kind of my initial thoughts on this. Committee members, any questions or thoughts? Vice Chair Carey, let's start with you.
If you strike this subset, if you strike 2, do we still need subsection 5?
Subsection 5 would not be needed as far as I understand. Deputy Stallings, maybe you, again, I surprised you with this. I apologize. Could you help address Vice Chair Carey's question?
Yes. If you strike subsection 2, subsection 5 only was an exemption or a clarification to that subsection 2. So now the subsection 5 is no longer necessary.
Thank you. And my other question, if I may, Chair, is in C, we say is academically high performing and in good standing. Under the section that we're striking, we said academic good standing. Is there a duality of definition, or are we just using those two phrases interchangeably? Does that make sense? Can a charter not be in good standing other than academically? I don't know the answer. That's why I'm asking.
Well, I'd ask staff to help me if I misspeak. But for example, the corrective action plan is an example that would come to me, that if they're under a corrective action plan, they're probably not in good standing, regardless of their academic standing. Does that make sense?
It does. So the definition we're using in C is more comprehensive than the language that was struck in.
Yes, I believe that, and I believe that C encompasses everything that would be needed in order to say, yeah, we want to assist you in your expansion, or no, you're not there yet.
Okay, thank you.
I see no other hands.
Wait.
Oh,
Sorry,
okay.
Matt.
I was waiting for you, Carol.
I know.
It's okay. Let's hear it.
I don't support the amendment. This is an expedited process for a school to open, and I feel like we should use it cautiously. This doesn't mean that a school can't go into an area where it's needed. It just means that there is a process to make sure that a new school would be appropriately stable, not under-resourced, needed there. And I feel like we've expanded this satellite process, this expansion of this satellite process sort of undermines the SCSB's effort to create a very rigorous process to open schools, to avoid the kinds of unfortunate circumstances and waste of public money that we've seen with several charter schools closing. And I feel like this gradually diluting or extending the expedited process is not a healthy thing. And I think that those that are enhanced or satellited, or use any strange verb you want, should be absolutely excellent. And otherwise they should go through a process that the charter school board has, at our request, strengthened. So I can't support this. I thought the sort of caveat to this that did exist covered exactly the problem that you were concerned about, Matt. And so taking this out just further dilutes the satellite process, and I can't support that. I don't want to be on the record as supporting that kind of a process when you can make an allowance for a school that's definitely needed in a certain kind of school in a certain kind of area.
Thank you for that, those comments, Carol. And I truly appreciate where you're coming from. I think some of the things, we all have different examples in our minds, right? We all have maybe even different schools that we look at and say, well, it wouldn't be good for them. I look at some of the schools that are in more successful areas. And I wonder if by keeping this, if they would never attempt to go into a struggling area as they continue to open or continue to look to expanding. Maybe they are, maybe they're not, but if they are in a good area, then they open a school in a struggling area, and the school seems to struggle or not do as well as they had hoped anyway. Then with this section, are they now capped off at expanding or at growing? And I don't want to put the shackles, if you will, on those LEAs to say that that's your risk, right? And it is a risk. They're still taking that risk. And I don't want to say that no, you're just it's all willy-nilly out there. If you want to grow, then grow, right? We still have our authorizers, and the USBE is still watching our authorizers and saying, hey, you can't just go wherever you want and do whatever you want. And so that's kind of my thought moving forward here. I don't know if that eases any concerns or not, but that's where my thoughts were. Member Wood, please.
Just a question, because I'm learning about all of this authorizing and bringing new schools. So if you have say you have a high performing school and they choose to open another school and it's in an underperforming area and it struggles, would not allowing them to open another school dilute the work they're doing in the struggling school? Well, why would we not want them to work a little at a time, have a high performing school, get this one to a high performing school, and then replicate themselves, as opposed to if they created another campus and then that one is not doing as well as the first one, why not provide the resources and the time and the effort to get that one where it needs to be before we keep allowing more to join? And
yeah, thank you. That's a great question. And put all the energy into that one. Is that what you're saying? Instead of growing. So that is a great question. And we would hope that schools, that LEAs would put the energy in there. What my concern is that they would just say, I'm not even going to try it. Right? It's not worth the time. It's not worth the risk. Additionally, you have some communities who are reaching out for certain specific schools or specific models, asking for that, and then so they're limited of saying, okay, now I can't grow because maybe this one maybe it's above the academics in the surrounding area, but it's not meeting state levels or state standards, right? There's a lot of different factors, and we can't get into all of them. And to be quite honest with you, I don't know all the answers to those. I'm just trying to offer flexibility and trying to make sure that we are not keeping good schools out of low areas because there's a higher risk involved of saying you're done expanding, you're done growing.
I fear that says that we're more about creating more schools than helping at-risk students, that there's a mindset of this is all about creating new schools.
Okay. It's a legitimate concern. Thank you. Member Lear.
And my comment was just similar to the one that Leanne just made. I think this should be about good schools, strong schools that are benefit the taxpayers as well as students. And so I think being a little risk adverse in this area is not a bad thing, because there's always another option. If you believe in your model, if you believe that people will, if you build it, they will come, then you go through the process established that requires a little more preparation, a little more explanation. I think the expedited expansion process should be for excellent schools in all ways, because it's expedited. If we'd never seen a charter school fail, if we'd never seen the pain and the money that's squandered when that happens, then I would be more about this. But when we've seen several, and we've got a couple that we're watching cautiously, then I'm not a fan of this. And I I've got to say, where one of the differences between traditional schools and charter schools is I've never, in all my years of working in education, I've never seen a school district in the red. And there's lots of reasons for that. But it is different. These are more experimental, and I think we should proceed cautiously because the money matters so much to taxpayers. And again, sweet spot between what do parents say they want and what can a state that funds education at the very lowest level in the country afford.
Yeah, thank you. I do want to reiterate or remind the just after R277-552(3) parentheses 2, including whether the charter LEA as a whole qualifies as high performing under the charter schools authorization. Again, I don't think that this is a free pass for schools just to start opening up and expanding. We have a very good process. I've sat on the SCSB board meetings for the past 2 years and have watched as they have been very I don't even know the word, but they have been very meticulous on making sure that these schools are opening in the right area for the right reason. And so with that, members, I don't see any other hands. Let's go ahead and move forward and take a vote, and then we'll see where it lands and we'll go from there. So the motion on the floor is that the committee approves amendment number 2 to amend lines. So it would be to strike lines.
Chair, it still is okay.
Is it correct?
Yes,
Okay.
because I took off the part about subsection 5, so it's correct as is.
So the motion on the floor is that the committee approves amendment number 2 to amend lines 295 to 302 as described below. Committee members, please vote. We have 3 in the affirmative with a no vote from member Lear and member Wood. Thank you, committee members. That is all of the amendments that I have. If there are, I see no other hands. Let's look to looking for a motion then. And I don't see any hands, so I'm willing to make a motion here. Member Hart?
Chair, I'll do that. I move that the committee approves R277-522-522 draft 2 as amended.
5-2, sorry.
As,
5-5.
did I say it wrong? As amended?
I thought you said 522, but I could have misheard.
Oh, I'm sorry, 552. I did. Numbers, hard. As amended on first reading and forward to the board for approval on second and final reading.
Thank you. The motion is on the floor is that the committee approves R277-552 draft 2 as amended on first reading and forward to the board for approval on second and final reading. Committee members, please vote. Looks like we have 4 in the affirmative and 1 no vote, or 5 in the affirmative. So, sorry, member Lear, you are muted.
I am, and I'm an affirmative. I just didn't change my.
Oh, thank you.
Disappointed,
Okay.
disgruntled, but affirmative.
We'll take it. Thank you, member Lear, and thank you all for your comments and thoughts. This is not an easy process. It's definitely not a quick process, but it is work that needs to be done. Let's move on to, well, Deputy Stallings, are you still in the, can you tell me what we'd like to do next? I know your time is limited.
Thank you. Yes, Chair Hymas, both Deputy Jones and I need to go to finance. They only have one item left, and it's the school fees rule, which both Scott and I are supporting. So if you don't mind, we would request that R277115, you wait on that until Scott and I can return and just move to the next item, which is the request for waiver from American Leadership Academy. And then after we support school fees over in finance, Scott and I will return to the committee.
I'm going to ask quickly. I know Member Lear has a time commitment as well. Is that okay, Member Lear? Would that work for you?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna. I just realized is there a study session this afternoon, Angie?
There's not.
So that solves my problem. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, and thanks for being flexible, committee, and public commenters we have for 1:15. But please be patient with us. Let's move then to agenda item 3.6, and we will return to 3.5 upon Deputy Stallings and Deputy Jones's return. 3.6, request for waiver from Board Rule R277-419-4. And this is for American Leadership. We have Ashley Beal, who can give us a kind of a rundown of what's going on here. We also have Rich Morley from American Leadership Academy with any questions. So go ahead, Ashley, if you don't mind.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
AAD,
Good morning.
sorry.
Yes, so American Leadership Academy Principal Rich Morley is with us today. They are seeking a waiver from Board Rule R277-419-4, which is the minimum days requirement. This request is a renewal request. They originally had the request approved approximately 6 years ago. It was subject to renewal 3 years ago. And so we're here again at the 3-year mark. American Leadership Academy has provided all of the required documents as required under Rule R277-121, which governs waivers. And that should be in backup for you all to review, including data on student success and measures. And happy to take questions. And Mr. Morley's here as well. So I think specific questions about the school and the waiver efficacy can be directed at him. But just the proposal would be for a total of 151 school days with optional attendance on Fridays and 994 school hours per year.
Thank you so much. In the interest of time, Rich, can you briefly, and we'll do questions as well, but can you briefly just fill in the committee on how the past 5.5, obviously you are requesting another waiver. So tell us some good things that are happening as a result of this waiver. And you get that mute button for us.
Is that working now?
You're on, we hear you, thank you.
Excellent. Hey, so we're excited to be here. Thanks so much for hearing our request for renewal. There's been a lot of great things that have been happening. Probably the largest issue that's occurred over the last 3 years is COVID that's impacted everybody. But through that time period, we've been able to prosper and grow. We've seen some great things from our students. Perhaps the thing I'd like to spend in light of time, just emphasize one really outstanding thing. And that is that our concurrent enrollment students continue to grow. Last year, we graduated 19 of our students with their associate's degree from American Leadership Academy. And 70%, currently we have over 70% of our high school students are taking college credits or enrolled in college credit courses this year. That would be 9th through 12th graders. We've been pleased with some of the things that have been able to occur during this last 3-year stint. Obviously none of us knew what was going to happen with COVID, but being on a 4-day waiver, we were kind of right there ahead of the curve with some of that, and we're able to provide emotional support and get the distancing and do some of those things that were already in place when that came online. So we've been pleased with the success that our students are making. We don't feel like we're where we want to be, but we do believe that we are able to continue to make that progress with our current model using the waiver from the 180-day.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Member Lear, you have a question or comment?
Yes, I do. I not really, more of a comment, and perhaps Mr. Morley has some information. In looking at this backup, and again, I feel like it would be unfair not to approve this, but and I don't know when this will come back again for review. So that's maybe one of my questions to
3 years.
our assistant AG.
Yeah, I believe our waiver is for 3 years, and we come before your board every 3 years for a renewal.
So I'll say this now, hoping somebody is still paying attention in 3 years.
Okay.
Or Ashley is. But I was very disappointed in all the backup information. Again, no one's fault because we didn't ask for it. Someone didn't ask for it a long time ago. But it was unfortunate. I was disappointed to see there were no data. I mean, zero data about what took place on Fridays at your school. I would have loved to have seen data that included there were 395 meetings with students. There were 80% of the teachers at the school on Friday. There were X number of tutoring activities that took place between teacher and student. I would love to have seen data like that to know that your 5th day was being utilized, because I do have a recollection of this being approved, and one of the board's concerns back then, which was just when I was starting on the board, was part of the promise was you will be working with students. Educators will be working with students in individual capacities, which is a great tutoring or remediation opportunity. But there are no data on that in the backup, and we didn't ask. We should have put that in writing at the time. So I'm hoping this will be a record that we can put in writing for 3 years from now that says I would like to see what happens on Fridays at your school. Not so much in anecdote, mm-hmm. but by actual numbers and interactions and documentation.
Can I get the driver? You go back to their first screen. Thank you. I'm sorry, Member Lear. I just wanted to.
That's all right. No problem. I'm through. I just, like I said, when you come back again in 3 years, I hope we remember, because that to me is a crucial piece of this waiver.
I appreciate that as well, Member Lear. I'm just going to jump in real quick, because that's kind of where my question was leading. I wasn't as direct as Member Lear. I wish I would have been.
Nobody ever says that.
Well, we want to know what's happening on this 5th day, right? We want to know the successes and what you're seeing. Obviously, you're asking for another waiver, and we want to know why. We want to make sure that the students in your school are being taught and being educated. So I appreciate that as well, Carol. And I don't know how to get that. I don't know if I should call you Rich, Dr., Mr.
Rich is great. Okay. So if I may, I'll respond to both Carol and your questions, Chairman. So we got the information, we got this request yesterday. I saw it in the afternoon, and so we scrambled to grab some data that Carol would like, but we just ran out of time last night. But overnight, we worked on it to get it into a little bit of a format. So I can tell you that in September, at the secondary, we had 107 students that were tutored on Friday. And now what we did on our study is there were more sessions held, but we just grabbed unique individual students. So if they came you'll see on the calendar, you'll see what our TDD days or contract days are. On those days, every teacher shows up. So everybody is there. I gave some samples, which was not the data I believe that Board Member Lear was looking for, but we gave them some of our agendas for our 5th day activities so that you could see what we were engaged in, the PLC meetings, the trainings, the time that is set aside for student tutoring from 8 to 10 every day. I believe that was also in our write-up. So the numbers that we kept, we just tracked the number of unique visits. So if a student showed up one time, they were counted for that month. But if they showed up 3 times that month, they were still just counted one time. We wanted to know the total number of students that were serviced, not the number of times is what we've been tracking. But in September, we had 107, in October, 126, in November, 130, December, 133. That's just at the secondary, with a student population of about 650 students. At the elementary, it looks just a little bit different because they're not quite as mobile. And so being able to come in on Fridays is not quite as easy for parents to arrange. So we also have our after school programs that run, and they seem to be fairly popular as well. And they've been averaging about 78 students coming in this year on Fridays for remediation and help. We have been using our RTI model to determine what assistance those students would receive when they come in. So it's based on their Acadience reading scores and on their math, their NWEA scores. The teachers are reviewing that in their PLC. They are reaching out to parents and inviting or specifically requesting students that are in need, requesting that they bring those students in. Those students are also being given, we have our non-contract days on Friday. So about every other day, Friday is a contract day. And then obviously that alternating one is not a contract day. We do have teachers here and available for tutoring for students on those days anyway. And we have a fairly, those numbers are a lot smaller. We generally just have one teacher available per department or one teacher available per grade level team, unless we have more students sign up than what one teacher can handle. But as a general rule, on non-contract days, that's what we end up with. Did I give you enough information, or if I began to touch on what you're looking for?
This is very helpful, and I wish, like I said, I wish we'd had the foresight to ask for this. I don't want a make work project for you, but I think when students are, in our view, losing a whole day of meaningful opportunity for instruction, then I want to see what's happening instead. And I know there were some extra minutes added to come up to the number of hours that are required, but I still think I'm a little old-fashioned in that I think there's some value to seat time.
Yeah.
It's not the whole discussion, but I think if your kids aren't there, you can't teach them. You can't be helpful to them. So this is somewhat helpful. I wish we'd had the foresight to ask. We will come going forward. I'm not going to not support this request because we didn't ask this in enough time for you to pull more extensive data. But the next time I will be sure and look for maybe more longitudinal data to show how effectively those 5th days were used.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you, Member Lear, and thank you, Rich, for that. It was great to see it answered my questions and concerns as well. AAG Beal, you have a comment to that?
I just wanted to answer the question real quick from Board Member Lear, who asked about the agreement. So yes, the agreement that the board and the schools typically sign are for 3 years, but the committee can propose to add things into that. So if there's a motion that a board member wants to make to add to say, we want X data provided to us at 1 year, that can absolutely be something that gets added to the agreement that's signed by both parties.
Wow, thank you. If I can just respond quickly, when after other people have spoken, I'll consider that motion. Thank you. That's a wonderful idea. I hadn't, for some reason, put those two together. Thanks.
All right, we'll go Member Carey, then Member Hart, and then hopefully we'll see a motion.
Yeah, hi. And Ashley, I know you didn't have enough time to respond to it, but I did request certain data related to this, and I would ask that be provided. Hey, I agree with everything Board Member Lear has said, I couldn't agree with it more, except I'm not willing to wait till the next time. I would ask that you pull this data and that instead of just merely giving us some good numbers, but I'd ask that it be presented formally in the form of a document and that be provided to us. Chair, it's my understanding that if we approve this, it's going to the full board for a vote. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I would ask that this information be provided in a timely manner. I think our next board meeting is next month, and the sooner you can get it to us and we can review it, I think that would be very beneficial. I will support it at this time, but I'm going to make my second vote with the full board contingent on this information being provided. And in particular, I'm not just looking for the raw numbers of who's coming and who's not coming, but I would like to see a quantitative or qualitative analysis on, are the students who are taking advantage of the optional services on these Fridays, do we see a difference in their performance in those who aren't taking it? You talked about these touch points of service. Are the students who are receiving more touch points of service outperforming those who don't? And if you have any questions about what I'm asking, instead of taking up this time, I'm happy to entertain a call from you or your staff. Thank you, Chair Hymas.
Thank you. So seeing as that we have no motion or process for that yet, Rich, I would say he's talking directly to you and
Yes.
requesting that information. Member Hart.
Yeah, I actually, I'm really impressed by this, and I actually, as a practitioner, would like to come visit and talk to you a little bit more about your model. I'm of the belief that seat time is one proxy, but what matters more is getting the kids the instruction and making sure the teachers are prepared and making the most of the minutes that we do have. I'm not a big fan of seat time. In addition, I think that with charters, a lot of the proof's in the pudding and people walk if they don't like it. So it's been a long time that you've used this model, and certainly by now, if it was not effective, you certainly would have a much smaller school and less effective school. And I applaud you for trying some of those innovative things. I am prepared to make a motion. I'd love to see the data just simply for my own use. And I appreciate that you had that information readily and at hand. I think that you are studying it, and you and your board and staff are working very hard and obviously paying attention to the metrics. So, and being thoughtful. So in light of that, I'd like to make the motion that the committee moves that the board approve the waiver of R277-419-4 for American Leadership Academy.
Thank you. The motion on the floor is that the committee moves to the board approve the waiver of R277-419-4 for American Leadership Academy. Do we have discussion to the motion? Let's start with Member Wood.
I just want to voice my support. I think it's amazing. I think COVID has taught us we can't do things the same way. You know, seat time doesn't always matter. We have to look at how we're getting kids. And as a parent, I appreciate that you're looking at a model that works for your families and is as Board Member Hart said, innovative. I hope that we see innovations come forward in great ways after our 2 or 3 year, bad experiment. Yeah,
Thank you. Member Lear. Hit that mute button for us.
Oh, sorry. I haven't had this problem for a long time. I'd like to propose an amendment to Member Hart's, Chair Hart's motion that would be pretty simple, and in light of what AAGB has offered as an opportunity, I'm not going to be quite as demanding as Member Carey, because I think asking for data is always, I want good data, and I'd like more longitudinal data. but I'd like to ask that, and I'm torn between, I think I'm going to go with when the school comes back to re-up this waiver. So I'm going to add the motion that when, and you can help me, I don't know who's driving, but when a waiver is, an extension of the waiver is requested, with that, I'd like to see data on the how students were served on the Fridays that they were not in regular instruction. So that could include a lot of the more creative things that Molly mentioned. Maybe you had extra tutoring in the afternoons. Maybe you, and then I liked what I heard for just 1 or 2 months about times that students met with teachers. I would like to know, for instance, I didn't know that Fridays were not even contract days for 2 days of the month. So and I just would ask you to be forthcoming with the data, but not ridiculous. How's that? Can't put that into it.
Do I have your amendment accurate on the screen?
That when the school seeks its next waiver, I guess we could say when and if, but I'm assuming they will, the school will. The school provide data on how students were served, yes, that's good enough. Thanks, Ben.
So we're looking over to get this verbiage absolutely where we want it. I'm wondering if this is something that we need to look at the rule as a whole and just put in general, when a school requests a waiver of extension, that data is provided on successes and failures of the experiment. If you, I don't know.
I'd like that wouldn't be bad, Matt, if you're asking me. But I think these waivers propose different things. For instance, most of the waivers are based on distance. So most of the time it doesn't make sense to require information. They do bring academic information about how students improved or didn't improve, or how the families reacted. But when actively part of this waiver was based on we'll serve students individually on Fridays, then I think it's important to see it. So when Ashley gets more familiar with her job, it'll probably come to her more easily to make sure we get this.
Agreed. I recognize that at this time, this data is for specifically ALA in this motion. So in the future, committee members, if we do want to see additional data with waivers, we either need to change the process or do this every time. So that's just a moving forward thought. Ben, you have a comment?
Yeah, I was just going to mention, I think Member Lear alluded to this, that we don't know for sure if ALA will file a future waiver. I don't think this amendment is really germane to the current action item, which is the current waiver, because this would not be required for them to get this waiver approved. And I don't really think that at this point it would be, I don't know if the motion that Member Lear is making is timely, because it's kind of premature as to whether ALA would file another waiver.
Go ahead, Member Lear.
Yeah, help me then where we put this in, that because I don't think changing the rule is necessarily, that seems like overkill. But
I think what you're really doing is giving advice at this point as to what you might hope to see in the future, unless you're going to make the current waiver contingent on this.
No,
I don't think you even need a motion for this.
That's not fair.
I think you would just basically be giving advice to Director Morley that if they come back in the future, you'd like to see this information. If there's something more specific we wanted to include in a rule in the future, we could, but I don't think the committee really needs a motion on what you're asking for at this point, unless you want to make the current waiver contingent on providing some data.
No, I don't. I think maybe that's being a little overly technical, because at least if we made it now, we would preserve it for, we'd have it on the record for next time. But I think, and I'm hoping that Ashley's making note of this, and it's something that she can incorporate into her requests for schools who request waivers. And I think that's good enough, and I'll accept that that advice. I think that's fair. So forget that I said that, but except for Ashley, who I hope will incorporate that into her record and information.
Well, and I'll just speak just for a second, Member Lear, is that any committee member can do similar to what Vice Chair Carey has done, and that is request data from the school, which will influence his vote in the full board meeting. So we always encourage committee members to reach out with any questions that will help them one way or the other on a vote, and so that's always on the table as well, which would require no amendment or motion or anything of that nature. So let's go to AAG Beal, and then we will readdress the motion that's on the floor.
Yes, Chair. I just wanted to say that the form that I currently send out for renewals is based pretty much on what's in R277-121. But at the committee's direction, I am more than happy to just add a line that requests this data for renewals moving forward related to 4-day weeks. And I can just make that a part of the standard practice, I think, without having to modify that rule. So.
Thank you. Okay, the motion that's on the floor before the committee is that the committee moves that the board approve the waiver of R277-419-4 for American Leadership Academy. Member Lear, did you have an additional comment? Your hand is raised.
Nope, accident. Sorry.
Okay. Committee members, please vote. I see that it's unanimous. Let's move on. Committee members, just for your awareness, I'm sure everybody's aware, we have about 35 minutes remaining of this meeting. We are on item 3.7, at least until Deputy Stallings comes back and tells me otherwise. This is R277-617, Smart School Technology Program. And this is a repeal. So Ben, will you take it away from here?
Yeah, I'd be happy to, Chair. Thank you. I can't remember if I introduced myself yet or not, but Ben Rasmussen, Director of Law and Professional Practices. This rule governs a program that is no longer funded. Funding for this area of improvement is now in the Digital Teaching and Learning Program. If you have any questions about this area, Rick Gaisford is with us, and I think he's the one that we can direct those questions to, or Jennifer Thronson's here as well, our Director of Teaching and Learning. But the motion is simply to repeal this rule, as we don't have the funding for the program anymore.
Well, committee members, you may know by now, I love a good repeal. Are there any questions? Member Wood.
I was just going to make the motion that the committee repeal R277-617 on first reading and recommend the board repeal the rule on second and final reading.
Thank you. The motion before the committee is that the committee repeal R277-617 on first reading and recommend the board repeal the rule on second and final reading. Seeing no hands, members, please vote. It looks to be unanimous. Let's move now to agenda item 3.8. And we have a guest with us who would like to make public comment. This is R277-3-303, Educated Preparation Programs. This is an amendment. And do we still have Tracy Watson with us? It looks like she is here. So please, yes, please, Tracy, take 2 to 3 minutes, and then we will go from there.
Thank you. My name is Tracy Watson. I'm the General Counsel for the Utah Education Association. Thank you for allowing public comment. Welcome new board members. Look forward to working with you. UEA appreciates the efforts of the board to clarify the requirements for an LEA alternative pathway to licensure program. UEA also has heard from educators frustrated by the program requirements that lack clarity and consistency, or which are overly prescriptive in Apple programs. R277303 requires all preparation programs, whether university-based, traditional programs, or district-based alternative programs, to be approved by the superintendent and to be reviewed on an ongoing basis. So it's not clear why educators are having such different experiences in preparation programs, or whether the best solution is a language change in the rule, or instead a change in the state approval and monitoring process. If a change in the language of the rule is the best way forward, it would be clearer to state the proposed change specifically addresses Apple programs. And when I say Apple, it's APPEL, as this was clearly the focus of the discussion in the December committee meeting. Finally, while it's understood the legislature is interested in resolving this issue, licensing is and should remain the purview of the State Board of Education. So we hope an appropriate solution in board rule can be achieved. Thank you, Chair Hymas.
Thank you, Tracy. Let's turn time over to Ben Rasmussen. If you can give us some background on this rule and to the changes. We are looking at draft 2, I believe.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So you may remember, those of you that were on the committee back in December may remember that we discussed this rule in December, and the committee did not like the approach that we took in draft 1 at that time. You'll see on, this is draft 2 I've got on the screen, but you'll see in the language in red there is what we had in draft 1 that we would now be striking, that would have asked for flexibility in the disciplinary requirements. So we've tried to approach that in a different way in this draft. The language would essentially make the board staff responsible for looking for opportunities to promote flexibility as the board conducts its periodic monitoring. And so you can see that change on lines 45 through 48. Staff hopes that this clarifies who is responsible for promoting flexibility, and that it specifically talks about the superintendent conducting this monitoring. Superintendent or staff is the way our definitions set forth, and then it allows this to be more flexible, I think, on the part of staff, rather than making it a part of the discipline for a preparation program. It makes it more part of a dialogue and ongoing monitoring with these programs. Director Height, the Malia Height, the licensing coordinator, I guess, is here to answer questions you may have on how this may work. We also have Jennifer Thronson, the Director of Teaching and Learning, to help with your questions on this.
Thank you so much. It looks like we have a question, Member Wood.
Is it part of the USBE practice to dictate things for institutions of higher ed? I noticed here where it says educator preparation program may, on lines 20, 21, 22, may include institution of higher ed, individual LEA, or consortium of LEAs. It appears to me the flexibility is required and desired in our individual LEA and consortium of LEA programs, but is it normal for us to dictate how an institution of higher ed moves forward with their programs?
Looks like Dr. Height has her hand up to answer that.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair. Dr. Malia Height, I'm the Executive Coordinator of Educator Licensing. And because the State Board is the licensing entity for educators in the state of Utah, that means that the board dictates to all institutions who are going to be recommending individuals for license. And so that includes our Utah institutions of higher education as they prepare educators for us.
Thank you, Dr. Height. Does that answer your question, Member Wood? Okay, perfect. Dr. Height, can you help me understand? There was some concern about the flexibility definition that's on the screen right now. Is this is this binding people to say you have to have two options, one option or the other? What is this definition? What does it mean by flexibility?
Yeah, absolutely. So the intent of the board when we made the switch to a competency-based licensing structure, which happened in the summer of 2020, was to be able to say, these are the things that we need teachers and educators to be able to know and be able to do. And we recognize that there are lots of ways that somebody could demonstrate that they have the knowledge and that they can do the skills. And so flexibility is really the intent, is to be able to say it can be something beyond just taking this specific university course, that may be one way to demonstrate competency and meet board rule for licensing requirements, but it's not the only way. And so really the intent of insisting that programs grant flexibility to their candidates is to be able to say there's more than one way to do it. And so maybe it's you took a calculus class, or you took the GRE and passed it at a certain score to prove that you understand calculus. And so that really is the intent of flexibility. And that's what we would be monitoring for as we monitor educator preparation programs.
Thank you. One more question. So when we talk about these programs, are they required to offer the flexibility? I know we're saying that they can, or we want them to. Are we forcing them to offer more than one path?
So it depends a little bit on the requirements. Some of the flexibility, some of those pathways are defined explicitly in board rule, that there are at least two ways. For example, to meet minimum content competency for an associate level license, you can either have a degree major in the content area, or you can pass the relevant praxis or GRE exam. And so there are some things that are defined explicitly in board rules and others that are not. And so in those cases, it really is up to the program to determine what flexibility looks like and makes sense in that space. But there are some things in which the board has specifically defined what flexible looks like.
Perfect. I appreciate that. I know that there were other, I've had other board members speak to me about this. So regardless of what happens today, you'll probably get some more questions over the next few weeks. That's what I'm just trying to set you up, Dr. Hite. Questions are coming, okay?
Thank you. I appreciate the heads up.
Yeah. Let's turn a minute over to Member Hart with some questions.
Yeah, I'm concerned about really the other direction. I'm concerned about adding requirements when they're not necessary, and some of the complexity that or missing. And I think, I don't know really where it comes from, but I sense it's maybe a misunderstanding of really what we're trying to accomplish and how we're trying to accomplish it, and really surrounding the definitions of competency. What are with the additional when we have districts, and what has been the guidance provided to Apple programs in terms of maybe over requiring or extending additional requirements that aren't necessary, that we never intended for them to include in the first place?
Sure. So perhaps a little painting of the landscape.
Yeah.
Will be helpful. The board sets out the minimum requirements for licensure. And so that's the threshold. And then programs can say, well, that's the threshold, but we want this to happen within our program. For example, BYU is an educator preparation program that requires the praxis exam outside of if they have a major or not. It's a program requirement that is outside licensing requirements. And so if their program is approved and that's part of their approved program, then that's a program decision. And so all of our programs, including Apple programs, have a written approved program that outlines what those standards are. And if in our monitoring, which we at the end of this year will have monitored and reviewed all of the alternate programs that are newly established in the last couple of years. If we see that, wow, that really isn't the intent and it doesn't comply with what you have in your written program, then that's where we have opportunities to support and help them understand what are the program requirements, what does it mean to be a teacher preparation program, which is a totally different ball of wax for these districts. Never mind that they had to do it right smack in the middle of COVID.
Right.
So the timing could not possibly have been worse. But that's really the intent, is that they have a program that's been approved, and our job is to make sure that they are following their approved program.
Okay.
Member Hart, you have additional thoughts or questions? Or amendments if necessary?
Well, yeah, I'm struggling with, and I understand and I completely agree with everything that Director Haidt is talking about. I just feel like we're putting our teachers sometimes unnecessarily through the ringer because of some misunderstandings surrounding competency. And I want to help push along an understanding of what competency means. We're not trying to replicate teacher education programs in districts. We're trying to provide a competency-based model. And I'm wondering if there's, is there anybody else that wants to weigh in on this? I think I need to create something very quickly. Is no one else?
Committee members, any questions? It looks like Member Lear has a question or a comment. Hit that mute button.
Yep, of course. I just now it's resisting me because it's rusty. I of course I have an opinion. Again, this is another issue where we were looking for less ambiguity. Flexibility generally wasn't good enough, but we didn't want to get as specific as at least two types. And I understand what we're looking for, and I guess I'm not as. I think your point's a good one, Molly, about we don't want it to look just like another Apple program. We want to invite and inspire creativity. But I also am looking for some rigor in a preparation program, and I haven't been super impressed by a lot of Apple programs that I've heard about. Granted, I haven't looked at them with the detailed eye that Malia does, but so I'm a fan of flexibility. I'm also a fan of decent preparation for teachers who aren't banging down the doors. So I think this strikes a pretty good balance, and I think it's the best way to see it. And I've seen maybe 5 examples of how to say it, and this seems like the best. So I think it's worth trying and seeing if we can communicate our message with this language better than we have in the past.
Thank you, Member Lear. Member Hart, I know you need more people to comment. I know.
I feel like we need, I'd like to propose an amendment. I'm sorry, Ben, could you type this in? I'll read it to you. I'd like to amend line 25 to say, without adding additional requirements beyond those outlined in board rule, and allowing a teacher to demonstrate competency where reasonably possible in lieu of coursework or other requirements. I think it's a different thing, Member Lear, than what you're thinking. I actually want to put more guardrails around it, not less.
Are you speaking to this amendment here?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Member Hart? No, you're fine. I'm just wondering if you're speaking
need
to
a-
this amendment or if you're just and maybe
I'm
it's both.
speaking to this amendment. I think it needs a little bit more outlining on line 25 or in that area to really push towards competency.
Can we go back to line 25 and see what it looks like in context?
As he's going there, this would be part of the flexibility definition. Is that right, Member Hart?
Yeah, I'm all for flexibility. You know that. So this may seem a little counterproductive or counter that narrative. What's that?
Counterintuitive.
Counterintuitive, yeah, not but I feel like we need to really push towards, okay, so making it a boots on the ground practitioner. These teachers need to show they're competent. I don't care if they've taken 32 classes. I don't care if whatever. I need to see competence as the bottom line. And if there's not competence, it's not helpful. We don't have those other guardrails. So we need very specific, and we need to hold firm to what competency means. And I feel like I don't always feel with the Apple programs that competency is being stressed, and our teachers are maybe being put through misguided attempts to land near competency.
Can I, Member Hart, and Member Lear, I'm just curious if Dr. Haidt can respond or share some. I know she's thinking, right, as we all are, and she's been in this as well as on her end, and I completely value what Member Hart is saying as a practitioner and as a committee member. But can we hear from Dr. Haidt, and then we'll hear from Member Lear, and then we'll circle back to Member Hart.
Yeah, I philosophically 100% agree that we really want our educators to be competent. And I'm sure we have all in our experiences, we've taken a class at a college or university where we passed and got credit for said class, but I could not tell you what I learned in that history class in 19 whatever. And so it really is about being able to do the job. My concern with the amendment to this definition is that it would apply to our university programs wherein they have accreditation standards and limitations that say it has to be with this coursework, that's how their program is defined. And so I'm not sure how to rectify that piece.
And Chair Hymas, can I, my thought on that, I did think about that, but my thought on that is, by gum, maybe they should think about if their candidates can't demonstrate competency when they get to the classroom. I mean, I realize that creates a little bit, and I do, that's part of my thinking and thought process. But at the end of the day, philosophically, if they can't, then shouldn't they get a little bit of a gentle nudge or not so gentle nudge as well? I mean, we talk about competency, but then we're reluctant to actually go to competency. And I just don't, if we're not going to do that, and if we're going to go back on that, then let's not talk about it. Let's go in a different direction. I just really feel like it's time to either jump into competency and define it and not be afraid of it, or not. And that's my amendment. I'll back off now.
Chair, I had one more thought while she was talking and I was rereading the definition. The clause where reasonably possible, I think allows us to then apply flexibility to universities.
Yes.
Because if they have accreditation that says, no, you have to take this class, then that's not reasonably possible.
That's correct.
I feel like that we could still do this and still live within the world of university and accreditation, et cetera, et cetera. And I think we'd be okay. And I agree. I think we should be giving some gentle pressure consistently applied to our institutions of higher education.
So thank you. Just so for my clarification, you're saying that with this amendment, you can make this work. And
yes.
that's like the bottom. You can make this work. I don't want to make it sound like, here we go. Member Hart's amendments, right?
No, this is completely doable. Yes.
Okay. Member Lear.
That gives me, I feel much better about that with Malia saying that it could work. I feel like you got a whole lot of modifiers in there, Molly.
I know.
But I hear what you're saying about the competency. As you were speaking, I had a moment of saying, what you're really saying, I feel like what you might be saying is that you know competency because you're a very, you're a career administrator and educator, and like Justice White, you know it when you see it. Not to use that other bad word that's in other committees, but and that's great. But I think what Malia was struggling with, and if she can live with this, I can live with this. What she was struggling with was, we may know competency, but we've got to give some objective definition of it so that we can not just say, just bring every candidate to us and we'll tell you. And there has to be some objectivity in it, so the preparation institutions know what they're aiming at. So if you think you can make this work, then I'm fine with the amendment. But I think what our challenge is in the definition of competency, because in all the teachers I've seen and my children's teachers, I feel like I know it when I see it, but that's not a definition. It's not fair. It's not objective. It doesn't give anybody helpful information to improve. And I said enough. Leanne had a comment. She hasn't talked over all the rest of us like me.
Thank you, Member Lear. Dr. Height, I'm sure she wants to address that comment very quickly. Then we'll come to Member Wood.
Yeah, it just may be helpful to know that while we do have some competencies that are currently outlined in board rule, as far as what does competency look like, they do not have the specificity that I think that we're craving right now. And our team has been working on that. We are planning to have those fleshed out and hopefully return to the board for approval before the end of this school year. So those are in our final kind of, let's get some feedback and polish them up before we bring them back to you.
Thank you. And just for clarification for new committee members, the reason that I go to staff before jumping to the next board or committee member is a lot of times staff answers questions that we may have. And so I don't want Member Wood to feel like she is being overlooked. But I think sometimes our staff are very good as they speak, answering questions that we may have had. So Member Wood, please.
I just figured it's the W. I'm going to be the last one, for the next 4 years, I'll be the last one. I was just wondering if we could move consistent with the purpose of board licensing roles, if it would be considered a friendly amendment to move that to the end so that you have all this definition of flexibility, but then it's at the end consistent with the purpose of board licensing roles. And I feel like that aligns very well with what we just heard, in that you are coming up with this definition of competency and these competencies. And so just asking if that would be an acceptable recommendation, Member Hart.
I have no objection.
Okay. The motion that is before the committee then is to add to the end of line 25, or Ben, help me understand here. The amendment is here, and then I would go into the definition. Is that right?
Chair, I would actually say that we amend the definition of flexibility and then read.
Okay.
Because we've moved that portion from the original definition now a little bit. So I think if we just make it to amend the definition, and I'll write this.
Sure.
All right.
So the motion before the committee is to amend the definition of flexibility to read: flexibility means the process by which a program exercises local decision-making to design and implement focused options to meet program and applicant licensing needs without adding additional requirements beyond those outlined in board rule, and allowing a teacher to demonstrate competency where reasonably possible in lieu of coursework or other requirements consistent with the purpose of board licensing rules. Member Wood, you're
No,
perfect.
I just forgot to take my hand down, sorry.
Okay, that is the motion. Members, please vote. I see that it is unanimous. So this brings us to another motion. If there is someone who would like to make one.
I'll make it, Chair. Highness, I'll make it if you want me to.
Please.
I move that the committee approves R277-303 draft 2 as amended on first reading and forward to the board for approval on second and final reading.
Thank you, Member Lear. So the motion before the committee is that the committee approves R277-303 draft 2 as amended on first reading and forward to the board for approval on second and final reading. Any discussion to this motion? Seeing none, committee members, please vote. And it looks to be unanimous. Thank you, committee members. We have 2 more items and 5 more minutes. I have yet to see Deputy Stallings enter the room, if I'm mistaken.
Chair, I think we can go ahead on 115 if you want to. I'm the one that's leading off on that. You also may want to take the public comment on that, since you do have Mr. Lockhart that's waiting to give public comment on 115, even if we don't take the item today.
That is exactly why I am asking for Angie's, but Ben, I appreciate that. Let's jump to that agenda item. We had 2 signed up. This is agenda item 3.5, R277-115, LEA supervision and monitoring requests of third-party providers and contracts, and this is an amendment. We had 2 public comments for this agenda item. One was Matt Bowman. I don't know, is Matt still, does anybody see Matt in the queue, or not in the queue, but in the room?
Mr. Chairman, Matt asked me to take care of this today.
Okay.
His disposition isn't necessarily as tactful as it could be sometimes. So I think I'm a better person to make the case.
Well, then good. Stan, we appreciate you being here. Stan was our second public comment requester. And so we will turn 2 to 3 minutes over to Stan Lockhart. Thank you, Stan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, committee, for your willingness to listen to me today. This issue has just come up this week, and as we have begun looking through it, here would be the comments. I represent MyTech High, and if you look at the definition, we would be an organization that qualifies with the definition that's been proposed. MyTech High is a curriculum provider and curriculum program that is offered to public district schools throughout the state. We have 3 districts today that are using it, and we have about 12,000 kids that are in those district online programs. As we've gone through it, here would be our comments. The first thing that we see in this document is that you are carving out a particular type of vendor to LEAs in the state for a specific rule defining them and regulating them. And we don't believe that there is enough evidence out there that suggests there is a need for that kind of regulation of a specific kind, and a very narrow definition for a very specific kind of vendor, or maybe a third-party provider, if you will. The second thing that I would say is what happens when you make rules like this is now there's a laser focus on this kind of an entity. And it's very, very easy for us to be targeted for abuse. And we believe that over the last 10 years or so, there has been some overzealous activities on the part of the State Board of Education regarding MyTech High and its programs. The second thing I would tell you, if you come to the conclusion that there is enough evidence that you want to have a special rule for this kind of vendor, then we look at line 61 and we see a very onerous provision. In line 61, they are asking the education service provider to be accredited. So you need to know that this is simply a part of a district's online program. They are already accredited. The content of this program has to fit in their accreditation or they can't use it. So to then ask us to be accredited as well seems like an undue burden that costs both time, red tape, money, and it just seems like a duplication that is unneeded. That's really our only feedback with this particular rule. I would say, though, that as we hear other testimony, there is a lot of misinformation out there on MyTech High. And I'd just like a chance to correct any misinformation that comes up during the conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stan. And it sounds like you may be available for questions if there are any regarding MyTech High and what you do. I appreciate that. Can we now turn time? We have quite a list of staff members who can present this rule to us and maybe are available for questions, but we have Ben Rasmussen, Jennifer Thronson, Leah Voorhees, and Deb Davies. And I'm assuming, Ben, that you will begin on this.
Yeah, and first of all, and I don't know how, I just want to explain a couple things as we get started here. There are 2 drafts that are on your backup. So the draft 1 is what staff is currently proposing. Draft 2 is an amendment that board member Lear may propose. She requested some amendments, and so those are the 2 drafts. But the current draft that we're focusing on is draft 1. Assuming the board proceeds with the motion, staff got some feedback that is we are going to ask for a couple amendments on behalf of staff that I've put up on the screen. Namely, we want to narrow the definition of education service provider to make it clear that these are third-party providers providing academic instruction. There was some concern that there would be education service, there would be third-party providers that are providing instruction, but that don't necessarily yield grades or credit. And we didn't really want the rule to go as far as to encompass some of those. So we're asking the committee to narrow that definition as you see on the screen. And then we also want to clarify the provision that Mr. Lockhart talked about on accreditation to make it make it a little more clear how that works. And so we have updated language on the screen. So those are a couple amendments that we would ask the committee to consider adopting along with whichever version of the rule that the committee adopts. As far as background, the changes in this rule are meant to bring education service providers, as we've defined it, in line with other teachers in the classroom to make sure they have all the same requirements for licensing and special ed. For details on that, we have Dr. Thronson and Dr. Voorhees prepared to talk about and answer those questions. As you indicated, we have, it looks like Kevin John is here on behalf of the audit team. I don't see Debbie Davis, but we're happy to answer any questions you may have. I'm not sure how much time we have to go into this, but that's what we have for you at this point.
Thank you. Let's move into questions. Vice Chair Carey.
Yeah, as I read this, my concern is that the language is vague, overly large. When we talk about education service provider, and was it the academic contribution that they make? I can see this chilling effect taking place where you have individuals or organizations or groups that love students, want to improve academic proficiency, but they look at these things and like, well, wait a second, are we an education service provider? Is what we're doing providing education, academic instruction to students? And as I read this, I can think of several different interpretations to each one of these points. And so not only are the individuals or organizations currently involved in that potentially going to have issues, as was addressed by Mr. Lockhart, but also these other entities that may be interested in getting involved. And I have equal concern about amendment number or the entire action actually, but I think this is about trusting our LEAs, right? If they're reaching out and they have to maintain their accreditation, and let them reach out. We should be empowering them, not depowering them. And if there's a school or a district or they want to hire entity A, B, or C, I don't think the USBE should be in the business of micromanaging those relationships, right? They know what's best for their students. They know what's best for their district or their school. Let's empower them to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Carey. Help me understand. I know you probably brushed on this or talked about it, or it might have been another staff member who is going to address it. But why is this happening? Why accept any changes at all? Why not just continue moving forward with the rule as is? Other than the fact that we want to define an education service provider. Can staff speak to that? Dr. Thronson.
Yes, thank you. Jennifer Thronson, Director of Teaching and Learning. And so the intent of this amendment comes from this rule that led from the audit done on educational service providers done by our internal audit. And so Debbie can speak to anything there. And then the subsequent monitoring of compliance that I was instructed to conduct. And what we found in that monitoring, asking LEAs who their educational service providers were they qualified. This rule has a blanket statement that says every policy, rule, code is required to be attended to. Our LEAs didn't understand that they were required to have qualified educators with appropriate licenses, background checks, all of the things that this rule previously had. So all we're asking in this rule amendment is to clarify what was already in this rule, but where we're finding common errors of misunderstanding across the LEAs. So for example, these educators interact with students. The expectation in the rule written previously, so if nothing has changed, these things still apply. They just weren't called out as directly as they are now. So people were confused on what an ESP even was. So clarifying the definition helps there. People didn't know that licensing rules applied, that accreditation applied, and all the things you see here. So what we tried to do as staff is call out the things that we've seen issues with. So you'll see on line 63, we had an LEA get a lawsuit and was found guilty because they weren't providing 504 and IEP services the way that they should be through this educational service provider. So what we're trying to do is really minimize risks for LEAs and understanding what this rule says and what they are required to do by policy, by your board policy. So if there are changes that you want to board policy, these were just our way of trying to help the field understand what is required from this policy more articulately than it was called out by saying every code, rule, and policy applies to ESPs. We are calling out the things that still all those rules and policies apply. We're calling out the most common areas of non-compliance that we're seeing in the LEAs through the compliance monitoring that I conducted. So I hope that helps answer your question. The ESP audit got us started. Then I went out and did compliance monitoring. And it really came down to a lack of understanding by our LEA leaders. They didn't really understand that these things were required. And therefore, we're trying to provide greater clarity and transparency of what is required to help them get in compliance.
So thank you, Dr. Thronson. I get the clarity. I understand that. To the public comment point, I don't understand why we are requiring the ESP to be accredited if the LEA already is accredited. I can bring that up at another time because I do have a slight amendment to that, but it seems unnecessary. It seems like if we were to do that, then more cost to the ESP means more cost to the LEA as well, and time is money as well. Anyway, we'll get into that later. I do want to hear from, we have Dr. Voorhees, Carol, if that's okay. We'll go to Dr. Voorhees and then we'll.
I prefer that. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Voorhees, please.
Thank you, Chair. Leah Voorhees, Assistant Superintendent of Student Support. So I wanted to respond to your question, Chair Hymas, about why this is being brought forward from my perspective, from the special ed perspective. I think it's important for committee members and all board members to know that we recently had a due process hearing in special education related to an LEA and an educational service provider, in which the LEA did not, was found by the hearing officer to have, to not have ensured that the ESP provided the services and supports that the student with a disability needed. And so my part of the conversation is ensuring that now that we have case law in that is beholden, all LEAs are responsible to implement the decision of that case law related to special education, to make sure that the rule encompasses that decision. So to answer your question, Chair Hymas, that's why I have been involved in this particular conversation. We just had that due process hearing decision in this calendar year.
Thank you, Dr. Voorhees. Member Lear.
Yeah, I think this is a perfect opportunity. We have a good group of experts to help us understand the point that Mr. Lockhart made, the point that I know that Member Wood was asking earlier, I've asked. I need to understand the accreditation connection between the ESP and LEAs to combine a lot of acronyms. And I think it would help all of us to help us, because I think Mr. Lockhart makes a good point, but there probably is a reason for it if we understood accreditation well enough. So, to an expert.
Thank you. That's a great question. Staff, any staff members who want to tackle that?
Why accreditation would be required in this rule?
Yeah, well, no, let me try again because I garbled it a lot for you. Is Mr. Lockhart right that we are requesting an unnecessary accreditation of a program, part of an LEA, when the LEA is already accredited, or the school more specifically?
Thank you. So in accreditation purposes, they're not accrediting the external providers for an LEA, they're just accrediting the actual LEA. So they're not going to look at the content or the endorsements or any of that of the teaching credentials of those folks or anything related to the instruction happening there. So I don't know that it's anyway. So it wouldn't be covering those things. And accreditation currently with the rule the way it is, not even the amended rule, requires all the things to apply. So accreditation would apply to these providers. Historically, people weren't aware of that. This is why, again, we're trying to call that out. It just depends. Accreditation currently is only for our programs that have high school graduation grades. And so if they're serving grades 9 through 12, as a state, we have kind of said, you need to be an accredited provider if you're going to give graduation awarded credit for students. If the board does not want to say that any longer, that accreditation is unnecessary for graduation credit, then you could remove that, but you would want to explicitly state that in this rule. As currently, it would, even removing the line we added, would still leave that in effect because of the section that says all rules apply to these ESPs.
And Matt, can I follow up to make sure I'm hearing this correctly? Is that okay? And maybe Angie is going to add to this discussion. She is. So let it, if it's okay, if Angie's going to answer my question, let's go to her first.
Chair Hymas, is it all right?
Yes, Angie, go ahead.
I think what I just wanted to share is I think this question is complex because it really depends on the relationship of the service provider and the LEA. So, for example, if you were going to have a contracted person come into your school, provide services, but really the LEA is the one providing instructions, services, et cetera, it probably doesn't matter that the person you're contracting with is accredited. I think what happens, and in the case of the due process hearing that Leah mentioned, the LEA simply contracted with an entity to essentially take over. So the school had no relationship with the student. They didn't see the student. They weren't really working with the student. It's almost as if it would be the same thing as if an LEA were to contract with a private school and say, ABC private school, we're going to give you $10,000 and you're going to provide education to these 2 or 3 students. And then we'll check back in at some point. In that instance where there's really this hands off, it's like the provider is providing everything, almost like they're a separate school or a separate private entity. That's probably where the accreditation is important, because now the accreditation of the original school doesn't extend to that provider. But if the original school, district or charter, has a more direct, it's just that the person's providing services, but the school is checking in and they're making sure that the teachers are licensed and they're checking their curriculum and all that. Do you see how it's a little complex? And it really depends on the relationship and how the LEA is using the service provider. And that's why it could end up being a legal issue and more about how the LEA uses the service provider. And it might not mean that every single service provider has to be accredited.
So is our language, Matt, can I follow up with a question for Deputy Stallings?
Yes, please.
So does that mean that are we once more caught in that net of, is it flexible enough to cover who needs to be covered, but not so ambiguous that we can't, that it's unfairly applied? Is you feel like this language satisfies both concerns, Angie?
This is tough because it comes down to how the education service provider is serving the student again. And I don't know that I'm articulating this well, but that language might be broader, I think, than what we intend. But how do we articulate that relationship of once the LEA is essentially handing the student over 100% and saying, you now take care of this student? That's, I think, where the staff is saying, then that group needs to be accredited. If the service provider is somebody who's contracting and coming into their school to provide speech therapy or something, that speech therapist probably doesn't need to be accredited on their own because the LEA is still providing the services. They're just overseeing this contractor doing it in the school. I hope that helps. And I apologize that I came in late. And I would love it if Leah or Jennifer could correct me.
It helped me a lot, and I just don't know that we can finish up this discussion fairly today. I'll conclude with that.
Yeah, we are definitely behind time. I see Member Hart's hand. I do have an amendment that I think might help. As bold of me to say, I get, but before I do that, let's hear from Member Hart.
Well, I'm concerned that this is a conversation that actually this is just a piece of something bigger. And I'm worried that we're piecemeal, maybe attacking the problem. I also find it very ironic that Deputy Stallings' comments that we're going into the world of possible handing over money to other places that aren't accredited. I personally feel like if accreditation, I feel like it's the responsibility of the LEA to ensure that they have dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's. I don't see the need to make it more complex by extending accreditation to the providers themselves. I see that as complexity that the LEA should take on as part of their due diligence in educating the students that they are accepting responsibility for educating. I'm just really uncomfortable with this whole idea. And Chair Hymas, I'd love to see an amendment because I'm not in a space where any of this feels reasonable and comfortable.
Thank you, Member Hart. Let's do this. I don't know how time sensitive this is. It doesn't sound like it's time sensitive, but I could be wrong. Let me put an amendment forth, and if it doesn't solve all the solutions, then maybe we can move to table this for another month or something. But let's hear from Deputy Jones, and then we'll go from there.
Hey, thank you, Chair. Sir, I'm going to ask that this is time sensitive. I mean, we are subject to following up on the audits, on the internal audit that related to the educational services providers. We really need clear definition in order to keep proceeding and to do the corrective actions that that internal audit found. So my concern is and I get it that it's a process, because this would go, if this goes to committee or we wait another month, it will be until March that the board sees this, and we've started the monitoring and doing all this. So that's just my feedback. I mean, the rest of the staff can disagree with me, but a lot of our activities and processes are pending this definitive guidance, if you will, from this rule, sir.
Okay, it's done then. Deputy Jones is holding us here, not me. Is that fair? I'm just kidding. Okay, I'll keep it professional. Can we let me make an amendment? Can we look at the rule draft 2 as written? And look at line 61 and 62, or I'm sorry, that's going to be different lines. I have draft 1 in front of me, but it's going to be section 115, section 4, subsection 2. Okay, so I guess let me give the amendment and then I'll speak to this. Okay, I would like to strike is accredited. So if you could just copy that line, whoever's driving, and then we can put it on the work through section.
And if I can just remind you, Chair Hymas, the language that we were hoping that the committee would adopt is actually on your screen under Amendment 2. And so we were going to actually change the request that the committee change that language.
Well, let me see then. Amelia, so I wanted to read, and then I'll just read what I have here, and then we'll work from there. Does that work?
Yeah.
So I'd like it to read an LEA shall ensure that an education service provider serving high school age students complies with all LEA accreditation requirements as required by Rule R277-410. So you ask where you need me to repeat, and I will.
What, as described in what again?
Is described in, let me see.
Accreditation rule.
So the reason we changed that and took R277410 out was because R277410 does not specifically require other entities other than the school to be accredited. So
Right.
So as we say, as described, the way you're saying it, an education service provider would not have any requirement under R277410. So I think you've almost at that point would want to strike those two lines. If you want the accreditation there, that's why we were suggesting to change language, because the accreditation requirement in 410 is specifically for schools providing services to grades 9 through 12.
So that's perfect, because that's a great point. I went through and combed through, it's not a long rule. I looked through R277-410, and yeah, it's talking about high schools, not educational service providers. So the ultimately what I'm trying to get here is I'm trying to say, no, we're not going to require a service provider to be accredited, but we are going to require that they comply with all LEA accredited requirements. That still puts it back on the LEA. It's in their hands. It's their responsibility to make sure that everything that it's a third party, right? Everything that they have the service provider do must fall within that accredited requirement. So let me see. An LEA shall ensure that an education service provider and so I don't need to say serving high school age students. That's what's in the draft 1 motion or verbiage, not the amendments that are here on the screen. I know that we have some differing verbiage here, but if it's not, if serving high school age students isn't necessary, then we don't need to have it, right? Because you don't have to be accredited unless you're serving high school age students.
High school age students would be specified in 410. So
Yeah.
I think if you're including the reference to 410, you would not need that.
Either way is fine with me. If we don't want to include the reference, then we can put it. If not, but again, the important part is that the service provider complies with all LEA accreditation requirements. So all LEA accreditation requirements.
Chair, may I say something?
Please.
I wonder if one way we could say this is that an LEA shall ensure that an education service provider complies with or provides evidence or information that the LEA needs to comply with accreditation requirements. I don't know if that makes sense, because really at the end of the day, I think what you're saying is it is the LEA that needs to be accredited, but once they contract with the third party, instead of having them accredited, they need to demonstrate or show that the services that the ESP is providing would meet the accreditation standards. I don't know if that's a way
What about documentation, Angie?
Or documentation, right?
And I think documentation is within the rule, right? That's part of the rule as well. This debate that we've had of going back and forth and saying, okay, does the ESP need to be accredited? Do they not? Well, if they are required to follow all of the rules of accreditation that the LEA requires, then why are we requiring it again? So Angie, I think you're very wise, and I'd be happy to adopt that into what I'm trying to do here.
Something
Can I ask
like that?
Can I ask a related question, Matt, while you're refining that?
Please. Yeah.
This is back to Leah Voorhees' point, Dr. Voorhees' point, that despite the assumption that LEAs must keep their education service providers as they would other contract providers, that they must require them to follow the law. We still had this due process hearing that found that the education service provider, who was essentially providing the required IDEA services, didn't do its job. So we already have said there was a presumption and this didn't happen. And if the board and Leah's services or Leah's section doesn't do this, then it puts, I think it puts our IDEA funding at risk. Does this just does this help at all? That's my concern.
So yeah, and it's a legitimate concern. And what I'm seeing though is, so there's obviously an issue that's going on, and the LEA just turned everything over to the third-party provider, and they didn't check what was being done. It was done inappropriately or not correct anyway. And so what this would do is it would say to the LEA, no, you don't just get to wash your hands of something. You're involved. These are your kids. And if you're going to contract with a third-party provider, you have to be engaged and involved with that. And you have to make sure that whatever your LEA needs, that third-party contractor or that education service provider has to comply with what your needs are.
But that's not my Tech High's model, right?
Well, I don't know. I'm just talking. And is My Tech High, is that the only ESP out there? But are we saying that we're changing this rule for this one? Okay, so I'm looking at this in a general sense, is what I'm saying, and hopefully it can cover a lot of different things and a lot of different concerns. But what I am saying is, let's say that an ESP is not doing what they're supposed to do, then I don't know any LEA who would contract with them, right? Especially if it's going to put the LEA back at risk. And so this still drives the ESP to make sure that they are in compliance, that they are following all the rules of accreditation that are laid on top of the LEA. And if the LEA, it still holds the hands of the LEA to say, or holds them responsible to say, look, if I'm going to get a service provider, I've got to make sure that my kids are still getting what they need, right? I can't just turn it over to them. So that's what I'm hoping this amendment does, is it doesn't raise cost for LEAs. It still pulls in, it kind of is almost a compromise saying, no, we're both in this together. Either I lose business because I'm no good, or the LEA gets in trouble if I do it wrong because they didn't do what they were supposed to do either. But it doesn't put all the blame, or nobody's putting any blame, but it doesn't require additional things to be done, especially when we're doubling up on accreditation. Seems unnecessary. Let's go to Dr. Thronson, and then we can, we've got a few board committee member hands.
Yeah, I'll just give you one example that doesn't fall in our rules, but in an accreditation process would be something they would look at. So currently we have an educator in Utah in one of our ESPs that is serving 11,000 students as that one educator. She's certified to teach elementary school, but is serving students K through 12. An accreditation service would help to monitor these types of things. And even if I were the LEA is partnering with a provider. A provider might have multiple LEAs. And so they wouldn't necessarily see that that teacher is serving 11,000 students across 6 or 7 school districts. So that is something that accreditation would give you some parameters to monitor that kind of order, in which we don't have caps on class sizes. But I think from an accreditation standpoint, it may draw some attention to reasonable student populations in an online course setting.
Thank you for that clarification, Dr. Thronson. Member Hart.
Yeah, philosophically, I think the LEA should be responsible for extending out the oversight and accreditation. I think that's the difference for me. If we start accrediting and following third-party providers, I'm just looking forward to what might be on the horizon for us with all kinds of different configurations coming in the future. And right now, what we need to, in my view, really focus on and surround is monitoring the LEAs and holding them responsible for all of the students in which they purport to serve, whether they serve them in their traditional schools or they serve them in some other innovative or non-traditional or alternative type model. If we start down this path, and we may want to, if choice takes on a different dimension in Utah, but right now we need to make sure our own house is in order with monitoring and holding people to accountability measures. And that we have traditionally done through public charters and traditional LEAs. And I am reluctant to use another type of approach until we have a whole, education as service providers is not a term that we have a lot of guidance on. And I'm not interested in changing it in one rule or changing it here or changing it there. I think it's something our policymakers may end up weighing in on. And until that larger landscape changes, I don't think that we're on as solid ground as if we, I totally understand and agree with the concept of the findings. We need to be accountable and transparent for the services our students receive under the umbrella of whatever configuration they're receiving services under. But if an LEA has decided to extend an opportunity for students through a third-party vendor, the responsibility goes back to the LEA, not now being shifted to the third-party provider. I'm just not ready to go there and absolve the LEA of responsibility. They agreed to do this. They take on the responsibility. I'm not ready for that level of complexity because I don't think we're prepared for it. I think it's appropriate to sit with the LEA.
Thank you, Member Hart. So there's an amendment on the table here. And the amendment reads, an LEA, this is to amend lines 61 and 62 of draft 1 or 69 through 70 of draft 2 to read as follows. An LEA shall ensure that the LEA's education service provider provides evidence, including documentation, required for an LEA to demonstrate that its services meet the LEA's accreditation requirements described in R277-410. That seems like a mouthful. Member Lear.
I'm going to go back one more time to my greatest concern, which is the IDEA noncompliance. And I heard Leah say, this puts, I hear what Molly said, and I am a total fan of local control. I am not a fan of putting services that the most vulnerable students need because the USBE has not stepped in where it needs to step in. So I want to ask Dr. Voorhees if this would satisfy the concerns that came forth in the recent due process hearing.
Dr. Voorhees, can you respond?
I'm putting her on the spot kind of, but.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question, Chair Lear. The accreditation issue is not necessarily one that the hearing officer took on. So in this particular the due process hearing was about providing students with disabilities access to any programs that are provided by an educational service provider that students that do not have disabilities have access to, and that then once the students have access, the students receive all the services and supports outlined on their IEP so that they can make progress in that program. And so I think it does speak to Board Member Hart's contention that the issue that all of you have been discussing, that the LEA is responsible. The LEA has to figure it out. And then the LEA has to ensure that it is happening and that it is happening compliantly. So I don't think that this amendment inhibits that. But
does it encourage that? Or I mean, we can't make the LEA do this. So does it encourage this? Does this move us toward?
And I would just say that the accreditation is not really an issue that IDEA deals with. So
yeah, and that's the part of it that doesn't give it. It feels very lukewarm because of only the LEA's accreditation requirements. If it said meet the LEA's responsibilities toward its students, then I would feel better about it. But meeting the accreditation requirements is like a bucket of warm spit, as some vice president said.
Thank you for that. Vice Chair Carey.
Yeah, I'm going to speak in favor of the amendment, but I'm going to do it just like I did before. And I don't know, these due process hearings, the ones that we're referencing repeatedly here, did that result in a written opinion or an opinion that can be submitted for my review, or it's just something that is issued from the bench? How does that work?
Staff, can you respond?
Leah, is that something we have a written record of their ruling, or is it not public yet?
The due process hearing, yes. Yeah, we have a redacted version. Yeah, that's and I think I can see right now, I was just looking on our website. It either is or will be on our website. And so I can get you the link if it's on our website really easily. I'm looking right now.
Thank you. And again, I'm going to support the motion, but I'm going to do it again. I want to review the due process. And I think Member Lear, her concerns, I certainly don't want to compound any future issues. So I would like to take a look at that opinion, and then we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Lear, additional thoughts?
Well, I'm just wondering about, and again, I'm asking for the LEAs. I was probably, unfortunately, facetious, but I really mean it when I said meeting the LEA's accreditation requirements is pretty minimal and pretty meaningless. If we said required for an LEA to demonstrate the education service provider's services meet the LEA's responsibility towards students, is that?
I think that's what we're trying to say without requiring them to. I mean, if you're saying they're going to meet that by becoming accredited.
No, I'm saying accreditation doesn't matter. I'm saying accreditation is not the issue. I'm saying what we want is if an education service provider takes over the full LEA responsibility to educate students, then it should do that in the way an LEA would do that, including meeting special ed requirements, meeting any other requirements. So I think the accreditation is a red herring, and it should say meet the LEA's responsibilities towards students.
I think and maybe I'm wrong, I think we're speaking the same language in the sense that I want that as well. I want the ESP and the LEA to work together so it's seamless, right? So if an LEA reaches out and says, I need help, ESP comes in and they say, this is where we need help. Here's the requirements that we have under our whatever, IDEA accreditation, wherever, that the service provider has to keep up with those demands. If not, then the LEA has to recognize that and either cut ties or fix it, right? And then if it's neglected and the ESP does not keep up its end of the bargain and the LEA doesn't catch it, then it falls back to the LEA. That's what we're saying. That's what I'm saying.
Right, and I am too. So why do we have that accreditation language in there when we all know that is really not, it's not a meaningful standard.
I agree. So if there's something else, just to say, because the original language says that the LEA shall ensure that the ESP is accredited. And that's what I'm trying to get rid of, right? That's what I struck in my original amendment, was strike is accredited, and then says complies with all LEA accreditation requirements. I don't even care if it says all LEA requirements.
I don't
right?
either. Is Angie still on? I don't see her anymore. Is Angie gone?
No, I'm here.
Can you help us figure out how to say what we seem to be wanting to say, that the LEAs, that the ESP has to meet the LEA's requirements fully? Is there a way to say that without? I mean, I'm wondering what happens with fee waivers if the ESP requires the students to buy something or have something or attend something. Who takes care of that?
Well, I think that 115 already says that. That's what it should say, that, because we're looking at one little portion of the rule. And
right, and that to Ben's point, yeah, earlier.
Yeah, so it says, for example, on lines 31 through 34, it says, well, if you start at line 29, an LEA that contracts with a third-party provider to provide an educational good or service on behalf of the LEA shall, this is A, require in the LEA's contract with the third-party provider that the third-party provider shall provide, upon request of the LEA, information necessary for the LEA to verify that they are in compliance with Code 53E, F, and G and board rule. So I think that's this general statement that has always been there. But then to, I think, staff's point, when we've gone out and monitored and said, oh, by the way, 53G blah, de blah requires this and you're not doing it. And then the LEA says, well, we don't, that's the ESP's responsibility. And then they don't realize that the LEA needs to ensure that the ESP, I'm about to say ESPN, that the education service provider is complying with that. And so really, you could almost end this whole rule at like this first thing and be done. But what these additional amendments are trying to, the new language is trying to be more explicit so that LEAs realize their responsibility to oversee their providers.
Sorry, Angie, and sorry, Matt, it's like we're trying to say we really, really mean it.
And I think part of that's because of the monitoring that has
because they're not doing it. So what do we do about that?
So what if we just struck lines 61 and 62? What if we just struck it? Because if we're just talking about accreditation, we're not trying to change anything else in the rule. I see some amendments that Carol has made, which I agree with, that kind of put that squeeze on LEAs to say, no, you're responsible. So now I'm speaking to a couple of amendments, but if we just simply struck lines 69 through 70, because that's strictly talking about accreditation, and we don't want accreditation, we want the LEA to work with them. So can I amend to strike lines 69 and 70 and be done? Thoughts? Carol, I know I see your wheels going. Sorry, Member Hart, go ahead.
I know you haven't called me, but I'm going to say it anyway. That's the whole point. I think we're all in agreement. The problem, I think, is that in the initial audit or whatever, that we put I don't think that I agree with the assertion that it is the problem of the third-party vendor or third-party provider, whatever we call them now. The onus should be on the LEA that wrote the contract and that has adopted this relationship. And I think that's at the end of the day, that's what we're saying. We're saying the LEA is responsible for whatever happens to those students by virtue of the fact that they claim those students. So I reject the idea that the third-party vendor is the one that needs the solution for the reasons that Dr. Voorhees was talking about. It's and alluding to. It is the responsibility of the LEA, period. I'm not interested in going into that third party, whether it's accreditation or special education compliance or any other fill in the blank. The LEA is responsible. And if the job is not being done well, it is on them to re-enter negotiations, have conversations, change the arrangement, whatever. That's between them and the third. We didn't enter into the agreement with the education service provider. They did. So they need to fix the problem that they basically created. So accreditation, not special education or not, just get the responsibility where the responsibility lies. So I support Chair Hymas's amendment.
Member Lear.
Sorry, so I'll say one more thing and then vote on whatever is proposed. I don't not support the amendment, but in all of this frustration with the situation is what has been the response from, just to use this as an example, Tooele School District. Has anybody gone to Tooele and said, get your providers in line? And has there been a response? And if not, why not? Angie, I'm not sure who I'm picking on, but I mean.
No, it's a great question, staff. Do we have somebody who's reached out to, in this case, Tooele and said, hey, you're responsible for this. What are you doing?
Because we can withhold funds from an LEA.
Uh-huh. And I don't know if this is
that's draconian.
This isn't a public opportunity to do that. I don't know. But it is a legitimate question, and it kind of directs to the point here. Like we can't, as LEAs, we can't just wash our hands of something just because we have a
bad contract. So
yes.
Can you answer my and no, I'm not trying to put blame on anybody. I just want to know, have there been any efforts, and if there haven't been, what would be the way to do that?
So I think that question was directed to me, and unfortunately, I'm not a monitor. I don't generally engage in those conversations, but I think that staff could reach out to Tooele. I think that right now there's certain corrective action that's in place with other, and I don't know if Tooele is one of them. I don't want to out any of the districts or charters that we have corrective action pending related to this, but I think our staff do engage with LEAs, and that's part of why we're updating this rule, so that then we can go out and say, hey, by the way, see, you've really got to get your providers in line because you've got corrective action now due to their non-compliance.
Scott's saving you, it looks like.
Thank you, Deputy Jones.
So real quickly, the specific answer is yes, we've gone out to Tooele. In the course of doing so, though, well, and not just with Tooele, a lot of the LEAs have asked us to explain to them or interpret the rule and interpret the, what does it mean to be an ESP? What does it mean to be accredited? And that's what and so thank you so much, because that's what you're doing here right now. So we have approached them, but from my vantage point, and maybe Dr. Thronston can give hers on the programmatic side, or the licensing side, accreditation side, is that inevitably what we run into is how Scott interprets the rule versus how the LEA/third-party provider interprets it to mean. Dr. Thronston gave a specific example about a situation where there's an educator serving 11,000 students. So from the mind of, so is that acceptable? The way the current rule was written is that it could be interpreted that yes, that's fine. But now that's why we need this level of specificity from the board, because earlier I said that we need to move this along from a staff perspective and to support the staff, but I really think what you're doing here is also helping the LEAs and the third-party providers to be clear on what the expectations are for accreditation or what we have here. So short answer, yes, we've approached them, but in the course of our actions, it became clear to us that we're still not quite clear enough in the governing rule of ESPs or third-party providers. Does that help answer the question, Chair?
Yes, it sounds like it answers my thoughts, answers Member Lear's thoughts as well. And I want to make sure that we're understanding. It sounds like we're at the current time speaking to the entire rule, whereas we have an amendment on the table. So if we could address this amendment and then go back to the rule. And I also want to point out, and I should have asked this earlier, Ben, staff has put 2 amendments forth, but I don't know the nuances of that, because usually it's committee members who bring forth amendments. So
staff is essentially asking committee members to make those motions. So if you make the motion that you're proposing, the second amendment staff has asked for would be unnecessary, but we would be asking for an amendment on the definition of educational service provider.
Okay, so the first amendment could potentially still be on the table.
Yeah.
So there is an amendment on the floor that the committee strike lines 61 through 62 on draft 1, or lines 69 through 70 on draft 2. Is there additional discussion to this amendment, Member Hart? Member Wood? Oh, sorry, you shook your head. No, there we go. Okay, Member Wood.
Just a question. It seemed to from Thronson, and I don't remember her title. Sorry, Jennifer. That the accreditation somehow would cure that problem of one teacher with 11,000 students. What part of the rule does that now? If it's not this particular, if pulling this out doesn't affect that, I guess maybe it's in the greater discussion on the rule. What part of the rule is fixing that we don't have one teacher with 11,000 students online?
May I respond?
Please.
This would not fix that problem. All it would do is make sure that person is qualified to teach those 11,000 students. So in this case, that teacher is elementary licensed, but is teaching secondary courses as well. So it would fix the certification issues in terms of would address oh, you should have a qualified teacher for teaching these courses, but it wouldn't address the caps on courses. We don't have any caps on courses via state code or policy. That's something that I'll be bringing forth to the board in a future board meeting, is to just bring you awareness of how big some of these courses are, as well as what universities, what they set their caps at, and others to an SOEP, where they kind of sit to give you some comparisons to see if you do have any interest in setting some caps on these types of courses, or if we are okay as a board to have 11,000 students under one teacher.
So in your mind, this motion doesn't hurt anything?
No, certainly not. It would not, at least it would not address that issue.
Right, and remember, there are this, I agree with this rule. Just if I can speak as a chair, I think the rule has some many good things in it that will help staff get to what they need to do. These couple lines here, I think, create a problem, an undue problem for others. Anyway, so with that, the motion on the floor is that the amendment on the floor is that the committee moves that the board, that the committee strike lines 61 to 62 of draft 1 or lines 69 to 70 of draft 2. Committee members, please vote. I see 4 in the affirmative and an empty room where Member Lear once was. So that does pass. And with that, are there any other questions, comments, or amendments that committee members would like to make? Understanding we've been talking about draft 1 and draft 2. Draft 2, as Ben mentioned earlier, has some suggested amendments that have not been brought up here before the committee yet. So if now is a good time, we'd be happy to hear them. Go ahead, Carol.
Oh, sorry. Am I still on?
You are on.
Okay.
We hear you. We see you.
I can't, I somehow, it's like it shut me out all of a sudden. You know what? Is it your plan? Maybe I should ask, is it your plan to complete this rule today? Is that what you're saying?
Under the comments of Deputy Jones, he would like to get this to the board as soon as possible.
Okay. Then can you show me my amendments again? Or can we look at draft 2? Because I don't have them in front of me. I would like to put, in the interest of time, the one that's important, the others are kind of non-sub and you can change them or not if you want, Ben. But the lines on the changes on lines 54, and I don't know if that's the right numbers in the right draft, but the changes in lines 54 through 60 are consistent with what we've been talking about. And yes, for the integrity of this situation, would like to propose these amendments under parent 3.
So, and Carol, the other amendment you had in here was just down under section 5 on the withholding of funds.
Yeah, and all of that I think goes without saying. And even this rule or the law, which maybe strengthens it a little bit, are more non-substantive, and you can ignore them or not. I don't care so much. But I think the ones, the other ones that we were looking at are more. Again, all it's doing is strengthening the rule that needs to be stronger still. So if this helps, if the committee wants to adopt this amendment in that spirit, then great. If not, I've at least said I think we need a stronger message to LEAs.
Just taking the chair's prerogative to jump in front of Member Wood, I would support the addition of lines 54 to 60 as they've been presented here. So just my thoughts here. Member Wood, please.
I would like to substitute and move draft 2 forward in its entirety.
Okay, would you like to speak to that?
I just think she's done a great job of kind of consolidating information and making it clear, referring back to rules, and I appreciated the changes that were there.
As far as I understand, Member Lear, help me here if I missed something. The draft 2, and maybe Ben, you can help me as well. The difference between draft 1 and draft 2 The main part is what we just looked at, was Carol's
you
amendment.
have this language on 54 through 60. You have a technical correction that I put here on the background checks, which just clarifies that. And then you have this language in section 5 that like Carol said, it's kind of a technical correction, but it's just right here on 86 and on 88.
And what does this do to the accreditation language that we just struck?
So that would be stricken. We talked about that. That was part of Chair Hymas's motion.
Okay.
So this
Great.
would go.
Then I support Member Wood's motion to adopt my draft 2.
Okay, so we would
Member Woods consider adding Amendment 1 there as part of the motion?
Absolutely.
As would I.
And that's the definition of an education service provider, for clarity. And can I ask, we're reading in this rule, and this is minor, but it says the committee approve like R277, but in the rule it says rule R277. Do you need both rule R2, or is it just R27? Yeah. So just if you could clean that up, that'd be.
As in.
What is it you want?
It's the same issue I brought up to you months ago, Ben, that said, do you need both rule R277? But Ben told me, yes, you do.
When we're drafting in the rule, they will push back on us from DAR and ask us to put rule in the rule.
Okay, that's fine. I just didn't know because it had both ways in there. So the motion to the committee on the floor for the committee is that the committee approve Rule R277-115 Draft 2 as amended on first reading and forward to the board for approval on second and final reading. Is there any additional discussion?
We also would add to that with the additional amendment to the educational service provider definition there.
Okay.
Unless you want to vote on that separately, that would be part of the motion.
Well, yeah, I don't want to vote on it separately. I haven't seen any pushback on adding it to draft 2. So do we, I'm sorry, Ben, how would I read that? Type something so that I can just read it. Help me out here.
Okay.
Yeah, see, I couldn't have come up with that. You put it in very nicely. Okay, so the motion on the floor for the committee is that the committee approve Rule R277-115 Draft 2 as amended on first reading and forward to the board for approval on second and final reading, including the amended definition of educational or education service provider described in amendment number 1 below. Do I need to read that, Ben?
No, I think you're fine.
Okay. Committee members, please vote. It looks like we have 4 in the affirmative with member Vice Chair Carey with a no vote. We are over an hour. We have one more agenda item. Can we get through this? I guess I'm asking, leaving that question in the air, but Deputy Stallings, what do we do at this point?
So Chair Hymas, is the last one the pilot for special education? Is that what it is?
Yes.
It is, but I don't dare say that anything will go quickly.
It does seem this one could go quickly. Is this time sensitive, Leah? I think you could probably do it in 5 minutes. And if not, then I would say then postpone it and we'd move it to February. How about we give it a try?
Dr. Voorhees?
It's not time sensitive, but I really think you could do it quickly.
Okay, so we're on agenda item 3.9, pilot waiver to R277-750 special education rules, IDEA dispute resolution request submission process. And we have Dr. Voorhees, who's going to explain or give us some background on this. Dr. Voorhees, please.
Thank you, Chair. Leah Voorhees, Assistant Superintendent of Student Support, which includes being the State Director of Special Education. What we're bringing forward before you now is a request for a pilot to allow a select group of attorneys that participate in our IDEA dispute resolution system, which includes requesting due process hearings, mediation, and state complaints. And the request currently in your rule, R277-750, requires that the party submit the request through the postal service, through a fax, or in person. We would like to request a waiver to that piece of the rule to allow for an electronic submission for the next few months. And I can't tell you exactly how long, because we never know how many dispute resolution requests are going to come in. And we'd like to be able to pilot this with half a dozen, at least, dispute resolution requests to determine if electronic filing is a reasonable option for attorneys and families and other community members. But we'd start with a small group of attorneys and everyone who is involved in the request. So if the attorney submits, everyone else would then also be able to submit. And we have worked with IT and with purchasing to come up with a possible solution. Only half of the states and territories in our country allow electronic submission, but half of them have been able to manage it. We think it's time. We think it would be simpler for community members, for families, for attorneys, and we would like to pilot a solution and then report back to you if it is successful and ask you to change the rule to allow it ongoing.
Thank you, Dr. Voorhees. We also have Jordan DeHaan. Say your name for us, Jordan.
Sure. Jordan DeHaan, Special Education Dispute Resolution Specialist.
Thank you. We also have Jordan DeHaan here with us for any questions. Vice Chair Carey.
Yeah, I just a quick question. So as I understand this, it says that the complaint can be filed electronically, and I appreciate the clarification that even if one party does it, everybody, even if they're not represented by counsel, will also have the opportunity to avail themselves of the electronic system. And thank you for that. But my question is, and I don't understand the general process of that these parties go through, but I'm assuming if a complaint can be filed electronically, is there an answer that's filed? And if so, can that answer be filed electronically as well?
Chair, may I respond?
Please. Yeah, Jordan, please.
Yes, thank you for the question, Board Member Carey. So in terms of filing a complaint, filing a dispute resolution request, that's when we accept it at the State Board of Education. In terms of what happens after that, it can vary depending on whether or not it's a due process hearing request, in which case it goes to a due process hearing officer who serves kind of like an administrative law judge and oversees that process. And parties will directly send that information, the response, any kinds of motions that they may have directly to the due process hearing officer. That's typically done electronically through email. And then in terms of state complaint investigation, it's usually the LEA who's responsible for the majority of the documentation, providing all of those things back. And so that's usually done through our secure UPIP system, where they upload information to that system for the state complaint investigator to consider and review.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. If there's no other questions, or if there are questions, I'm looking for questions, comments, or a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you.
I think that the motion is that the Law and Licensing Committee approve a waiver of provisions of R277 750 to pilot an electronic submission of IDEA dispute resolution requests and recommends that the board approve the waiver of R277750 to pilot an electronic submission of IDEA dispute resolution requests.
Thank you. Before repeating the motion, can I just ask staff, when are we expected to see, this is a pilot, so when are you going to see results? I'm sorry, I may have missed that.
Chair, would you like me to respond?
Please.
So like I said, we don't know how many requests we're going to get. Sometimes we get a ton and sometimes we only get one or two in several months. Jordan and I, looking at the past, we believe we're looking at 5 or 6 months. But if we get a ton of requests in the next little while, we would be able to say, hey, this worked or it didn't work. If we don't get any requests in the next little while, it might take longer than that. But looking at the past, we're thinking about 6 months.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, so the motion that is on the floor before the committee is that the Law and Licensing Committee approves a waiver of provisions of R277-750 to pilot an electronic submission of IDEA dispute resolution requests and recommends that the board approve the waiver of R277-750 to pilot an electronic submission of IDEA dispute resolution requests. Committee members, please vote.
Chair, I believe that Carol had to jump off.
Okay, so it looks like it's unanimous. Thank you, everybody, for your work on this. Apologies for the long meeting. I will get better, but thank you so much for all you've done.
Chair, you did great. Thank you so much for leading us. There were some complex issues in there.
Thanks,
Thank
guys.
you, sir. It made a big difference today. It's going to be a positive difference all around. I guarantee it. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.